And we are activated. B-Eazy, that dude. You already know who's he. Yet another late night discussion is gonna be a doozy. So I'm gonna let the people get in. Salute to the people that will be joining shortly. Salute to the people that will be watching this on the replay. And while I'm waiting for y'all to get in here, you already know, I gotta hit ya.
私も地元民と言っても実
さす
は
がです。もう友達できたの？
ぶったまんまこっち見ろ。
No regular, none of y'all competitors. Niggas better catch up like 10 steps ahead.
Look, this promethazine got me leaning like a cholo in the club. I'm 20 deep. I don't be riding solo. Pull some bad bitches, they vanilla and cocoa. They wanna take some photos when we kick it out in Soho. Chicks are showing tits and popping pussy for my promo. Told them like juvenile, baby, move it for me slow mo. Then I'm right back to the block, cause I keep getting moto. I be flipping, not shrinking. I don't give a fuck about no ho, no ho. This nigga name ain't D-Lo, but pimping these bitches and stacking this bread forever be my stilo. This is B-Eazy, that dude in the trap making pass smooth. If I ever go broke, then I'm about to pull a jack move. Since a nigga healthy, I don't even gotta worry. With my bitch from Fiji, eating tandoori and chicken curry. That ism is really indie. My pimp game international. I design my own clothes, so I be always looking fashionable. Here's a couple facts about me that y'all didn't know. Some of y'all be getting bread, but I be getting bigger, dawg. I got bigger guns and a whole lot of bad.
Okay. Salute. B-Eazy, that dude, and I am not going to keep y'all waiting. We are gonna get right into this. Let me go ahead and pull this up. Uno momento. Let me share the screen. Bam. Okay, so there we go. So let me set this up for y'all. This is a debate between Brianna Joy Gray. If you don't know who Brianna Joy Gray is, she was the former press secretary of Bernie during his 2020 presidential campaign. She is debating some dude named Zed Jelani. I call him Zed Jabroni, but I'm going to give a unbiased, objective, and impartial perspective. You know, I have qualms with both of them, but of course, you know, I'm going to be riding with Bree. She is a sophisticated and very exquisite sister, but I don't always align with her political views, but I do believe that she is extremely smart, extremely talented, and she knows her stuff. This dude, on the other hand, like I said, his name is Zed Jelani. I call him Zed Jabroni, but I'm going to get right into it and let's see what he has to say. If you want to watch this full video, you can watch it at Bad Faith Podcast. That's Brianna Joy Gray. So to give some context, this is about, of course, the shot heard around the world, Charlie Kirk. So many people are going on and trying to police the speech and the behavior of people. If you look up the law, it is not against the law to celebrate a person's death. Now, me, I don't recommend that. I think it's disgusting. It's abhorrent. But I have an acronym, CESL, S-E-S-L, same energy, same logic. Many people were okay with other people having their graves danced on, spit on, peed on, pooped on, and no one cared. So suddenly people are saying, hey, if someone wants to spit on, poop on, pee on Charlie Kirk's grave, y'all didn't seem to care when it's happening yearly to Emmett Till, yearly to Fred Hampton. There's still white supremacists and anti-black acolytes that go over there and shoot up and desecrate, like I said, Fred Hampton and Emmett Till, their gravesite every year. Now, I think that's disgusting and abhorrent. I wouldn't recommend it. I won't promote it and condone it. However, if someone decides to do that to Charlie Kirk, I mean, why are we trying to have some selective outrage because we believe that he is what? Royalty? No, he's just another dude, right? So if it can happen to anyone else, it can happen to him. I don't want that to happen, but it just is what it is. So let me get to the video. And I started it at about 10-ish minutes because her contention is there's some people on the left, there's these institutions and politicians and pundits on the left that are trying to lionize and deify him. Hey, it was horrific what happened to him. It didn't need to happen to him, but we don't need to try to act like this dude was just some saintly guy, and he's definitely not a martyr. But I will play the video, and that's just a little bit of back context to it. But if you want to watch the full video, go to Bad Faith Podcast. This is Brianna Joy Gray debating Zed Jelani. All right, so let's get into the video.
I'm irritated that he chose to go out of the way, and Rachel Cohen and by the way, Jacobin was one of the worst offenders. Let me get this Jacobin piece out real quick before we wrap this segment up. Ben Burgess and Megan Day, I really like Megan Day, wrote a piece in Jacobin called Charlie Kirk's Murder is a Tragedy and a Disaster. Now, this is one of our country's leading left publications. I mean, I don't want to spend this whole episode reading from these articles, but I feel like I have to give you, it opens, Charlie Kirk has never received a warm welcome in the pages of this magazine. Fair enough. But it doesn't matter now. The assassination of Kirk is a tragedy. Morally, it is unjustifiable. Politically, is the cause for serious alarm. A larger spiral into political violence would be a catastrophe for the left. So this is seemingly an argument that, the left isn't prepared for an all-out gun war. We don't want this sort of thing, if only because we can't win it. So it's just strategically inadvisable. Fair enough. However, here's the...
Yeah, there's no refuting that point because the left is always railing against, no, we can't have guns or anything, but all of the politicians that are pushing gun control, all of them have guns. Remember Kamala, aka Kamami Harris, remember she was saying, if you break into my house, you're getting shot. But she's also pushing gun control. You guys always hear, well, what about Chicago? Well, if Chicago is so dangerous, why are you trying to disarm the civilians, the average citizens that are just working hard and want to get home to their families? Why are you trying to disarm them? Because criminals are going to break the law. That is the whole point of criminality. You either know the law, maybe you're ignorant or oblivious to the law, but even you knowing the law, you're going to try to intentionally break and subvert the law because that is what criminality is about. So you can make all of these gun laws. California, Chicago has some of the strictest gun laws. And what do you still hear? What about Chicago? What about Oakland? What about San Francisco? So if I'm living in Oakland and you say it's a bunch of thuggish miscreants, you want me to combat and contend with that with a cell phone running up the street, hopefully that I can dial and reach some sort of operator that's going to magically get a police officer there in time for me to defend myself and save my life? No, I'm going to stand my ground with whatever arms I have, not just firearms, human arms and other sorts of weaponry that's going to protect me. So the left needs to chill out on always pushing this gun control, but also want to say that, hey, there's mental health issues and, there is crime and, the way that we can just deal with it is just make a DEI video. No, you need direct investments. And if they say that, they don't want to ban guns, they just want responsible firearm ownership, why don't either party say, here, look, we're going to provide some free gun training and, there'll be some vouchers to go to the range and so that you're able to use a firearm safely and responsibly. Just like someone that is a martial artist, right? They are 3rd degree, 10th degree black belts. Do they need to keep going and pursuing a higher level of lethality with their martial arts? Well, who are you to say that they shouldn't? Because they're only typically going to use it in an act of self-defense. So even if someone has 100 guns, but they are a legal firearm owner and wouldn't harm a fly or bust a grape at a fruit festival, why truly do you care? You know what I mean? Because most of the criminals is going up and shooting people up. They don't have hundreds of guns. So it's not the amount of guns. It's something more sinister that you don't want to address because you just want to just say guns are bad. Okay. But that's like saying a knife is bad. No, the person that did something heinous with the knife was bad. The knife is an inanimate object, no different than a firearm. But let's get back into the video.
Here's the part that really irked me. 4 years ago, one of us, Ben Burgess, did a debate with Kirk on democratic socialism versus conservative populism. His politics have trended in an even worse direction over the years since, flirting with much uglier forms of nationalism and xenophobia. But even in 2021, the substance of Kirk's side of the conversation was indefensible. While claiming the mantle of populism, he defended a series of positions that would have been at home on the Wall Street Journal editorial page. He was steadfastly opposed to even baby steps toward a more equal society like universal health care and building a stronger labor movement. All true. At the same time, he didn't descend into personal attacks. He stuck to the substance of the arguments, largely steering clear of cheap gotchas and giving Ben the space to hammer home the contradiction between Kirk's populist rhetoric and the ugly inegalitarian substance of his politics. Now, I also debated Charlie Kirk, I think immediately after Ben Burgess did, because I remember watching Ben Burgess's debate in preparation for my own. The idea that he didn't slide into personal attacks might have been the experience for Ben Burgess. As I got to say, a Black woman who Charlie Kirk openly maligned as not having the intellectual capacity to participate in public intellectual life, I very much felt that in our interaction.
So she did debate Charlie Kirk. So you can look that up. Charlie Kirk versus Breonna Joy Gray. They debated systemic racism. Of course, Charlie Kirk was saying systemic racism doesn't exist. White privilege doesn't exist. So on one hand, they'll say, well, white privilege doesn't exist. It's a made up thing. But then they'll turn around and say Black privilege exists. So white privilege is a myth, but Black privilege is an actual reality. Even Tucker Carlson called white supremacy a hoax, and he said systemic racism doesn't exist. And then he turned around and said that it did exist, but only against white people. So these people do this all the time. Why are you begging the government? Why do you have your hand out? And then you say, you know what? We don't need to ask the government for anything. And then you turn around and what are they doing? Begging the government, asking for handouts, So that means rules for thee, but not for me. And many people buy into it, but no, they say, no, you guys complain all the time. You're acting like a victim. Now, what are they saying? A white genocide, saying that they're a victim. Oh, the straight white male is under attack because of DEI and affirmative action. Oh, so you're a victim. So they tell you not to feign victimhood, and then they try to be the main promulgators of that. But she is talking about her experience with Charlie Kirk. He was a vile anti-Black racist. And I know people will say, well, he had a family. Yeah, he was a vile anti-Black racist with a family. Slave owners had families, and I'm not comparing them to a slave owner. I'm just saying there's been many cruel, unjust people in the world, and they have families, and maybe they are good parents. That doesn't negate some of the other more sinister, diabolical things that they put out there into the universe and how it's personally affected people. And this doesn't condone what happened to him, but two things can be right at the same time. He can be an anti-Black bigot when he was here, and he can also be a loving father who didn't deserve to die. Those things don't have to be like mutually exclusive. So of course he's gonna love his kids too, right? But he didn't have a lot of love for Black kids. But I'll commence. And she was talking about her as a Black woman. He's always railing against Black women, saying how unqualified they are. And some of the Black women that he attacked, I have issues with. However, it was irresponsible and irrational for him to go on this tirade specifically targeting black women, and every woman that he targeted was more accomplished than him. He's been propped up. People are saying, oh, he started Turning Point. Yeah, he was selected to start Turning Point. He's been flush with cash from billionaire oligarchs, but he was purporting to be fighting for the little guy while taking money from all of the big guys that were, I'm sure he believed a lot of the stuff that he said, but there was a hidden hand. And, people could look into that deeper. Some people are pointing their fingers at Israel. Some people are pointing their fingers at Ukraine. You can look up your research and come to your own deduction of the facts or conspiracy theories. But let's commence.
During that debate. And he made several arguments, maybe some of which we'll clip here in the context of this episode, that simultaneously I was only able to have achieved what I achieved academically, personally, politically, socially, whatever, because of affirmative action. But also the existence of my achievements is proof that racism doesn't exist. And you're going to love what I'm about to say, Zed.
And people have to kill that affirmative action talking point. They love to point the finger and say, hey, if you're a black person, hey, were you affirmative action? Don't take my word for it. Look this up. The sole and not to say the sole, I meant to say the primary beneficiaries of affirmative action was white women who were not, they got lumped under the category of minorities. So like SWP said, you were sleeping next to power. And they said, well, we're oppressed. Oppressed by who? So really, it was a lot of the toxic white supremacist feminist movement. And they recruited some, delusional, disillusioned black women as well, part of their feminist movement. And they were mad at white man. How could you guys give those Negroes the right to vote before us? So then it turned out to say, well, you know what? Blacks are definitely oppressed, and that's why we need affirmative action. But this is for minorities because minorities are oppressed. So now, after years of Jim Crow and all sorts of barbarism that was specifically targeted to us, dog sicked on us, water hoses, etc., lynching that was exclusively and primarily happening to us, then suddenly everyone gets to leech on and tether on and say, well, I was aggrieved too. So that's where the whole minority thing comes from. Fast forward, the primary beneficiary of affirmative action has been white women. And even you can look this up too. The universities and other parts of the private sector, what they start doing was the flat blackness as well. So they would intentionally, okay, cool, we'll get some black people in, but it's going to be some Nigerian immigrant or a Caribbean immigrant, someone that's not from the lineage. And it wasn't designed to specifically redress, provide redress to a person that just immigrated here. Many times they come from a wealthy family, a well-to-do family. So it wasn't really to help them, but they came and took benefits of it. Someone like Vivek Ramaswamy, right? Who's almost a billionaire, or he has hundreds of millions of dollars, right? He didn't need to take an affirmative action program, but what did he do? He took one anyways. So these are the same people that want to shame you and say, well, you guys, we believe in meritocracy, but no, they don't. They believe in nepotism. They want us to believe in meritocracy. So, you don't have a business and then you empower and enrich black people. But then you go to a Mexican taqueria, all Mexicans working there. You go to a Asian nail shop, all Asians working there. But if you have a black business, then you need to hire everyone. Make sure you have a trans person. Make sure you have a queer person. Make sure that you have a undocumented immigrant. Make sure you have a legal immigrant. But it's like, why can't I have black people? Well, no, you can't do that. That's racist DEI, affirmative action. But that's what you're doing with your business. That's what your family is about. So people got to stop falling for the banana in the tailpipe. I always say, people's kryptonite is a mirror. Hold that mirror up to them and watch, that they'll start crumbling, crying and crumbling. And many people will just fold, like origami. But let's commence.
Because it brings up the school that you accuse me of bringing up frequently. But I brought it up in the context of Charlie Kirk bringing it up. You guys share this, assuming obsession with my having gone to Harvard. But it wasn't about me. He said, well, you went to Harvard, so there must not be any racism. And I asked him, do you think that there was racism during the Reconstruction period? And he says, of course.
Also, that's another talking point that people have to stop letting them get off. How could America be racist when we had a black president? Well, we had a biracial president. So Obama, who is a tether, he's like the tether lord. But he's part black and part white. But suddenly you can't call him a biracial president. You have to call him black, even though there's videos of him calling himself biracial. There's videos of his wife calling him biracial, but you can't call him biracial. You can't say that, okay, well, yeah, he's air quote black, but he's from a different lineage than me. He's Kenyan American. He's not black American. Well, you're being divisive and we all black. And when the cops pull y'all over, they see y'all as the same, which is BS. But let's just go that. My lineage is not dictated by a cop pulling us over. So I'm sure there's cops that have pulled over a Japanese person and thought they were Chinese. Just because this person was ignorant, it didn't change their lineage. So Barack is a disgusting tether. He was horrible for the black community. He did a lot to tank black wealth and set black people behind. But my point being that just because he was elected doesn't suddenly mean that racism stopped. Doesn't suddenly mean that, hey, all of these non-black people are righteous because they would vote for a black man. No, they voted for a biracial man who made it very clear that he wasn't going to do anything for black people. That's why they voted for him. If he made it explicit promises and claims that, hey, I'm going to do this to specifically tangibly help this community, they wouldn't have voted for him. The only reason why he did, because he said, I'm not the president of Black America. I'm the president of all America. Yay, they cheered him on. Okay, fine. You're the president of all America, but you're not the president of Jewish America. But he sure did things specifically for Jewish people. He's not the president of Native American America, but he did things specifically for Native Americans. He's not the president of illegal immigrants, but he wanted to give them DACA, a pathway to citizenship. You don't owe illegal immigrants a pathway to citizenship. Yeah, you can do it as an act of morality, but no one finds that weird that his focus would be on undocumented illegal immigrants versus descendant of American chattel slavery, foundational Black American freedmen. And he wants to come on and tether on to blackness while not doing anything for black people. He's not Jewish, right? But he will do something for them, right? So Obama is pathetic, and people need to kill that talking point that America's not racist because they elected a biracial president. FOH.
And I say, are you familiar with the fact that W.E. Du Bois went to Harvard during Reconstruction? He was not. So my impression of Charlie Kirk was that he was racist. He engaged with me in a racist fashion, in a patronizing fashion. I saw Glenn Greenwald, who's a friend and who I, adore, making the case that people who knew him personally liked him. That may or may not be the case. I knew him personally and did not come away with the sense that he was a quote unquote good person, whatever that means. I don't know that that's relevant. Doesn't mean someone deserves to be killed. But I also don't see the purpose of rehabilitating someone's reputation simply because they have been the victim of gun violence. It's again possible just to not say anything at all.
Bam. What do they say? If you don't have anything good to say, then you don't need to say anything at all. But let me get to the chat. Salute to Braxton and building. Intellectual soapbox and building. Go ahead and go get that man a follow. He's having very substantive conversations. He has creative content. Salute to Mr. Best. Braxton says the tethers who aren't familiar or knowledgeable with the history in this country, or they're just downright anti-FBA. Most of it is just them being anti-FBA because anti-blackness, being anti-freedman is as American as his apple pie. So many people come over, and that's part of the hazing and assimilation process for them to show their disdain for Black Americans while leeching and tethering onto the culture that they claim that we don't have. But they like to take our culture and try to remix it and frame it as something different. But no, it's just a ripoff and a knockoff of, what we actually create and produce. Salute to Mr. Best. And he says, B-Eazy been on fire lately. Hey, you know what? I'm just warming up. I don't have a schedule yet, but I am going to start going more regularly. And then I will have a schedule for y'all. I do appreciate all of my supporters. People have been urging and egging me on to do more content. I don't have always the time, to just be on here. But when I do, I'm a man of the people. I like to come here, mingle with y'all. Yesterday I went 5 hours. Today I ain't gonna go that long, but I definitely will be more persistent and consistent with the content, and I'm definitely gonna make it very valuable for you. Appreciate y'all. But let's get back into the video.
Especially.
Oh, before that, I did want to touch on something. So she said, is it possible for you to just not say nothing at all, right? So many people are indifferent, meaning I'm not celebrating and I'm not mourning, but others are saying that, hey, if you don't come and crash out and condemn it, then that means you condone it. No, that is not true. I can pull up countless memes of George Floyd, Tamir Rice, Trayvon Martin, and even excusing George Floyd. There's been other good people. And I'm not to say George Floyd wasn't a good person. It's just people like to say, well, he was a criminal druggie. Okay, cool. That doesn't mean that he deserved to die and that his death should be mocked. Because if we're saying that George Floyd's death is okay to be mocked, then so is Charlie Kirk's. I think both are disgusting, but we can't say one is cool, but then one is unacceptable. So many people are just saying, hey, I'm sitting this one out. And like I said, celebrating someone's death is not a crime. Now, is it immoral? Yes. Is it reprehensible? Yes, but it's not illegal. So when people say, well, why didn't you just comply? Well, that's not breaking the law. Now, I say you have the freedom of speech. I'm a freedom of speech absolutist. I think if someone wants to mock Charlie Kirk's death, they should definitely have the freedom to do that. It's within their rights. Freedom of speech is not freedom of consequence. So if you know that you have a job and, I don't think it's worth it for you to put your job at risk to go out and, make a mockery of anyone's death, no matter how disgusting of a person Charlie Kirk was. I just, can't condone that. It's just idiotic, right? If you even wanted to celebrate celebrating your house, throw a shindig at the house to celebrate the demise of Charlie Kirk, but you don't need to get online and post it. You can do that, but you gotta deal with whatever consequences. And I don't think it's okay that people are losing their job for celebrating or for their mockery and their memes. However, hey, you gotta pay to play. You knew the risk. So kind of is what it is, but let's commence.
In Jacobin magazine.
Well, I think that I think it goes back to the very first thing we said on this topic, right? Which is that the asymmetry almost seems to be built in, institutional, and historic, right? Like this is generally how the left thinks about the world, right? The left has a humanistic worldview, and it doesn't really like to demonize people. It doesn't really like to hate people. Like that's kind of the whole point. And the fact that it's asymmetric is actually because the left just had different beliefs about the world.
But you don't have to demonize. But even you're sort of doing it, Zed. Like this is not me calling to demonize or hate anybody.
Well,
it's just to say you.
But that's what you do. Like that's literally how you. That's how you love your enemies, though. Like that's what they're doing is what.
No, laundering.
Like, that's what the left.
Do y'all hear this, clown? Well, that's how you love your enemies. See, they always are preaching this to us. But on the flip side, no one goes to Jewish people and tell them to love their enemy. Find anyone, I challenge y'all, find me one video of any commentator talking to a Jewish person, telling them that they need to love their enemy, i.e. the Nazis. The guy with the funny mustache was their enemy. Do you think it would be what's the word? Do you think it will be conducive to a good relationship with the Jewish people if you said, hey, why don't you guys just forgive and forget what that guy with that thick, funny mustache did? How do you think that interaction will go? But with us, he's talking about love your enemies. That means love your slave masters. That means love your oppressor. That means love the people that hate you. And then he's trying to put this religious spin on it. Well, the left always believe, like, who is the left? You see what I'm saying? It's just this nebulous term of the left. What left is he talking about? His kooky political stooge left? The Pan-African left, the trans left, the feminist left? What the hell is he talking about? So all he's is going is, yeah, I mean, that's what the left is about. Loving your enemies. What the man? No. So your enemy is trying to get you up out of here. They trying to delete you. But meanwhile, he's talking about loving your enemy. Okay. So while your enemy is slapping the crap out you, you're saying, well, I really love you. That sounds goofy as heck, man. This dude, I don't know who follows this dude. His name is Zed Jelani. I call him Zed Jabroni. But let's see what else this goofball has to say. Let's commence.
Left has always believed. That is what the left has always believed. Not what the Twitter people from 2014 believed.
Whitewashing somebody's record. No,
that article had some very harsh. That article had some very harsh criticism of her.
This one didn't do what Ezra Klein did. The Jacobin didn't whitewash his record that Ezra Klein did.
They did criticize. They did criticize him for sure.
Right.
I know that article. It was a fine article. I mean, it wasn't. You can nitpick, but
I can nitpick. So, but even that is frustrating to me because my deepest frustration with all of this is how easy it is. I'm sorry, how easy it has been for white liberals and white leftists to poo-poo the fundamental racism at the core of Charlie Kirk's ideology. And maybe that's like maybe that's not that big a deal to someone who hasn't personally experienced it. But when I saw the Ezra Klein article, my immediate reaction, I'm trying to find the tweet that I responded to it.
I don't think it's just white. I mean, that's kind of a lazy racialist critique. I mean, I think Martin Luther King Jr.'s kids put out the same, very similar responses to what you just read.
No, they didn't.
It's very similar.
Nope. They did not invalidate. They did not try to whitewash.
Here he goes again. When she made her critique, he said it was lazy, right? He has his critiques. None of his critiques are lazy. And this is always a trope when we're dealing. And I know a lot of people like, well, why are you making about race and playing the race card? No, we have to talk about the racial dynamics. We can't keep pretending that we live in this colorblind utopia as if race wasn't a factor. This country was built on subjugating people, enslaving them, doing the genocide, doing all sorts of barbaric, heinous acts because of people's race. So this whole, well, we don't want to talk about race. It's like, bro, you live in a segregated neighborhood. Why do you think it's segregated? It's segregated based on race. And they'll try to say, well, no, it's economically or class segregated. Yeah, you're in the class that you're in. You're in the job that you're in, the neighborhood, the school that you're in. all of that keeps coming back to race. When you look like, okay, well, these white neighborhoods, their schools are funded, but the black neighborhoods are not. Well, it's just the blacks are just like that. Like, how? Like, you know what I mean? When the funding is about property taxes, we'll get a better house. Well, how? There's white flight and the appraisals. So it just keeps going into a circle where you can just keep showing and proving that how every element of society they inject race into it. It's just you're not supposed to say anything. So when you're at the bottom and then you look at like, oh, hey, why is my racial or ethnic group at the bottom? It's just like, oh, you didn't work hard enough, pull yourself up by your bootstrap. But then when you start looking at the private sector and the loans and all of these things, you're like, hold on, why is this race keep getting denied, but this race keeps getting approved? Well, I don't see color. Why are you making it about race? So it just keeps going on and on. But him saying, oh, well, that's a lazy racialist view because she made the point to say, hey, and I think it would behoove people to start saying non-black more so than white, because this dude is not technically, he's not white, but I'm sure on paper he's counted as white. I believe he's Middle Eastern or something. Middle Easterners, many of them consider themselves Asian. But do you think he checks the Asian box or the Caucasian box? Who knows? Either way, many people that look like him and sound like him check the white box. But even if he's not white, this even further buffers my point. So when she's talking about, oh, well, the white liberals do this and the white leftists do that, if you're not considering this dude white, he's doing the same thing as them. So it's about, first of all, non-black people, and then the black people, we call them out. For the people that's not of our lineage, the people that are not of our lineage that are raccoons, they're called tethers. The people of our lineage that are raccoons are called raccoons and sambos. People will say Uncle Tom, but that's kind of a misnomer. And people definitely need to retire using that term, Uncle Tom, because if you've ever read the book, which many people haven't, Uncle Tom's Cabin, Uncle Tom would have been one of the good ones, the respectable Negro. So think of it like in the movie Django. Uncle Tom would have been Jamie Foxx's character of Django, and the Sambo would have been Steven's character of Samuel Jackson. So please, hopefully y'all will retire the whole Uncle Tom thing. But yeah, this dude over here, anytime you bring up race, you know, they get cringe and say, oh, well, you're making a racialist argument. But he has no issues with Charlie Kirk railing against black on black crime and black gang violence and black fatherless homes. They say black this, black that. Blacks are not doing this, black that. And then they say, well, why do you got to make it about race? It's like you did a whole diatribe whining specifically about my race. But then when I fire back and critique your race, it's just like, well, that's a lazy racialist critique. But he has nothing substantive to challenge the critique. Many of these white, non-black, and off-code leftists, and it's not just leftists, but we're on the topic of leftists, they do try to you know, what's the word? Somewhat force or shame and shun you into, well, yes, well, he had a family, and you know, his body's not even in the ground. Well, what is his family gonna think? Okay, that doesn't make him a good person. The dude was a POS who didn't deserve to die. Just because he didn't deserve to die doesn't make him a saint, doesn't make him a martyr, and doesn't make him a good person based on my perspective. Candace Owens, I know that was her best friend. It's not my best friend. I didn't give a flying flip about Charlie Kirk when he was alive. And now that he's gone, I don't either. I'm making the content because that's what people want to hear. But also many of the perspectives have just been wholly insufficient. But let's commence.
Who Charlie Kirk was. This is my response to the Charlie Kirk article when it first came out. I tweeted, you can openly argue that Black people are inferior, that they should be murdered for pre-crime, a la Daniel Penny fiasco, The polite liberals will applaud you in the Times. But if you say free Palestine, they'll accuse you of Jew hatred and fire you from your job. The disrespect liberals show for Black Americans is disgusting and disqualifying. I cannot imagine. I tweeted this also, and Jeff Stein said he had a similar thought when he was reviewing this article that morning. If Charlie Kirk.
No, I'm reading the statement from the estate of Martin Luther King Jr. III, Andrea Waters King. This is straight from their statement.
Yeah, they said political violence is bad, and no child should see their father killed. Yeah.
Whether we agree or disagree with the words a man speaks, we must never lose sight of his humanity, nor forget the sacred dignity that lives within each and every person. I mean, that's not a bad statement.
No,
I don't disagree with it.
That is not the same thing as saying he was substantive. Like Ezra Klein's article substantively applauds him for doing politics the right way.
Are you angry?
And she's responding to some dude named Ezra Klein's article. Y'all don't need to read that article. All y'all need to know is that Ezra Klein is anti-Black. That's all you need to know. Let's commence.
Practicing politics the right way.
But are you angry at the King family? Are you angry at the King family for not denouncing his racism or whatever you think they should be doing right now?
I think you're also fault.
So here he goes again with the straw man where he's saying, are you angry at the King's family? Because the Martin Luther King family, they didn't denounce Charlie Kirk's racism. And this is what these anti-Black acolytes like to do. What they like to say is, well, this Black person said that. So, so if they say, what about Chicago? And then they have some tap dance and step and fetch Sambo out there saying, well, I agree with Charlie Kirk, or I agree with Nick Fuentes. Then they point to that person and say, well, this Black person said that. Let's just take the King's family, right? And let's take all of his family, and let's say it's hundreds of the King family that agreed with him. There's still millions of us. So whatever their perspective is does not dictate what our entire community is going to think and do. They say all the time, we're not a monolith, but here he likes to bring up MLK's family and say, hey, well, MLK's family gave this statement. MLK is from a royal civil rights family. So of course they are going to give a very politically correct statement, right? Many of them are, heavily into church, right? So it's going to be a more pleasant and polite statement. Just because that family of Martin Luther King is doing that doesn't mean that everybody else is going to do that. And all they did was just say, hey, they gave their condolences, and they didn't bring up the, his past atrocities that I would say towards other people, whether it be verbal or, whatever type of punitive things, right? So him bringing up the King family to say that, hey, well, they said this, and why are you mad that they didn't go in on him and stuff? And he's just doing this straw man argument, some stuff that she didn't even say. So let me just run this back and we'll commence. This dude is getting on my nerves, but this stuff is so easy to debunk and break down in real time. But this dude is an anti-Black person talking about you need to love your enemy. I would love to know what nationality or ethnicity he is, because no one says this. If you go to the Taiwanese people, even though Taiwan is supposedly part of China, etc., whatever, go there to Taiwan and say, hey man, y'all need to love the enemies, Chinese. Go to Israel. Go to Israel and tell them that they need to love Hamas. The enemy is Hamas, right? He's preaching all this love your enemy stuff, but it only seems to be one way. Let's commence.
Into this binary trap. The argument is that not that you have to die. No, wait, let me finish.
You kind of started it with the race baiting. So
you never let me even finish the point about that. It's not race baiting.
It's funny that you're like,
here we go again. He said, well, you started it with the race baiting. Every time we bring up our issues that specifically pertain to our race, somehow that's race baiting. But he wouldn't call Charlie Kirk a race baiter. All Charlie Kirk did, let me clarify that. Charlie Kirk spent a significant amount of time bashing Black people. talking about black people's race, talking about their racial IQ, kept talking about Africa, even though FBA, we're not African, always trying to tie it to some distant land in Africa, always trying to tie it to IQ and inherently criminal. That is race baiting. That is identity politics. But you notice how they never call it that? It's only race baiting when you bring it up. They can talk about black fatherless homes. Why they don't talk about Hispanic fatherless homes? Why they don't talk about white fatherless homes? And then they can recite to you all just off the dome. This 80% of kids are growing up in single family home. Okay, let's just say that's true. What is the rate of white people growing up in single family homes? What is the rate of Asians? They don't have that one memorized, but they have the black one memorized. Like, why are y'all so obsessed with us? Just think about this too. I always bring this up. Y'all know what the acronym BBC stands for, right? Do y'all think a black dude came up with that? So really think about this. You have a God made, a God made instrument right between your legs, but another race of people is thinking about that and coining a phrase to laud praise on your man junk. Does that sound sane or rational to you? Now think about that with everything else, right? Why are you guys always so fixated on us? They talk about black fatigue. No, it's more like black obsession. Think about it, right? We're this thuggish, violent, low IQ, monkey race of people that's always chimping out. Okay, cool. I ain't gonna hold you on that. Why are you doing hours podcasts about us? Think of it like this in the NBA, right? There's a team that won the championship and it's a team that didn't make the playoffs and it's at the bottom. Do you want to hear First Take and Sports Center talk about the team at the bottom that didn't make the playoffs, right? Because we're at the bottom, right? We're just this failing team. Why are you always talking about this failing team? We're low IQ. Okay, cool. Why don't you talk about the high IQs? Your culture is degenerate. Okay, cool. Why don't you talk about the delightful culture? You have no culture. Okay, go talk about someone else that has a culture. So it's like all of this stuff that they're saying could be easily dismissed, dismantled, and debunked. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to do it either, or a Harvard graduate, because I'm not a Harvard graduate. And speaking of Charlie Kirk, he was a high school dropout. And he's over here talking about these black women don't have the qualifications, and every woman that he said was more qualified than him, more educated than him. But because he has the complexion for the protection, everything that he was saying didn't get much rejection. Let's commence, though.
That is
You're
not race baiting to point out.
And humanist.
Wait, how am I selective and racialist? No, you're accusing me.
Why did you want?
No, you know what? You're just like Charlie Kirk, actually, Zed. You sound just like him. That's hilarious. So, do you wait a minute? Do you think that Charlie Kirk was racist?
Talk about race.
Why do you think? Do you think that Charlie Kirk is racist?
I think he did say some racist stuff. I think you just said some racist stuff with the white liberal thing. Everyone's a little bit racist.
Wait a minute.
Oh my goodness, here you go again, bruh. If I'm asking you, hey, do you think pepperoni pizza is good? Well, all pizza is good and pineapple pizza. So, bro, I asked you about pepperoni pizza. Why are you bringing up sausage and Hawaiian pizza? She said, do you think Charlie Kirk is racist? And then he obfuscated saying, well, he could say some racist stuff. No, I asked you, is he racist? That's a yes or no. And then if he could say some racist stuff and he has a track record of continuously saying racist stuff, guess what that would make him? A racist. If it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's not a hippopotamus. So what are we talking about here? Then he said Charlie Kirk could say some racist stuff when she asked him, is he racist? Not could he say some racist stuff? Anyone could say some racist stuff. You can say some racist stuff accidentally and not be racist. So he's not clarifying. She asked him a specific question. Is he or ain't he? Is he a racist or is he not? And then he deflects to her and says, Well, you just said some racist stuff about the white liberals. All she said is that the white liberals, they pretty much want us to poo-poo Charlie Kirk's anti-blackness in favor of what? Some leftist solidarity, some morality, some kumbaya stuff, some empathy that Charlie Kirk didn't even believe in. So this is where it gets, right? He's part of the you know, the wacky left. I ain't gonna call him the woke left and disrespect the word woke like that. He's part of the wacky left where he's talking about praise your enemies and love your enemy. But meanwhile, Brianna Joy Gray is she's a lefty as well. He's over here giving her smoke, arguing and giving her attitude. But he wants to love his enemy. Not only that, he called her racist and said everyone could be racist. No, everyone can't be racist. Yes, people can say prejudice and offensive thing, but in order to be racist, you have to be in a dominant position. Imagine saying that you're a capitalist, but you have no capital. That's the whole point of being a capitalist. Yeah, you're a homeless capitalist. Huh? Yeah, this person is racist. People misconstrue someone saying some, racial epithets with being racist. Oh yeah, he called me a cracker. He's racist. Yeah, he called you a cracker. You didn't call him a slur, but you wouldn't hire him because of his name. You called the police on him and made a false report. You denied him a bank loan. I mean, what is worse? Someone calling you a cracker or denying someone a bank loan, redlining them, lynching them, killing unarmed people, tasing people unarmed that's not resisting. I mean, which one is worse? So people have conflated getting called a mean word by a black person with a racist system. And that's the whole point of racism. When you hear ism, it's a system. So even if there are these individual benevolent good white people, the racism, anti-blackness is baked into the system. So if you keep talking about how good of an individual you are, but you're doing nothing to challenge the system, you're complicit, or at best, you're a useful idiot. Let's commence.
Wait, I'm sorry. No. Is Ezra Klein a white liberal?
But why is his skin color?
Is Ezra Klein a white liberal?
I mean, it's pretty racist to focus on the fact that
is Ezra Klein a white liberal?
Are you going to focus on the fact that he's Jewish? And
here we go. He keeps calling her racist, but part of the wacky left is saying you guys complain about racism too much. But here he is calling her racist. He can definitively call her racist, but when she asks him, is Charlie Kirk racist? He's kind of but you start beatboxing. Come on, let's commence.
And people,
I'm getting to that, Brianna, by the way. I'm getting to that.
People, Brianna, unlike you secular pagans, are raised to love our enemies. Okay, I know you don't understand that. You don't understand what 80% of Americans
Let's talk about Zed. Let's talk about how much Ezra Klein.
He called her a secular pagan. What the hell? Let me run this back. You secular pagans, we were taught to love our enemies. What the hell is he talking about? So the Christians that was running around colonizing people, you know that they were lynching people. They were coming from a Christian church, and then going and lynching people, eating, sipping tea, eating crumpets, making a picnic out of it. They weren't loving the people that they lynched. They weren't loving the people that they enslaved. Even though those people weren't their enemies, they saw them as their enemies. They saw their enemies as subhuman, less than a dog, less than a cockroach. And he's acting like his religion is taught to love your enemies. Brianna Joy Gray is not his enemy. So he's disrespecting her and calling her racist, but he's talking about loving your enemy. This dude, that's why I call him, his name is Zed Jelani, but I call him Zed Jabroni. This is what buck breaking is. Buck breaking is not only physical, the most important aspect of buck breaking is psychological. Once you buck break them psychologically, you don't have to do the physical buck breaking because you don't have to force them to do anything. They're already psychological buck breaking that people like him, they bend over and voluntarily spread cheeks. As you can see, let's commence. And let me give a shout out to the chat. My bro John in building. Travion, salute to y'all. And oh damn, it looks like Travion is here. So let me bring him up and let me wrap up with the chat. Braxton says political violence is centuries upon centuries old. In America, it's all about its past. It stands proud and sticks its chest out because of his past. No, they don't like the past that involves. See, before they say, well, we conquered you. Okay, fine. Hold that. You got to talk about all of that, that grape, the pillage, the plundering. Let's talk about that. Oh, no, we don't want to talk about that because it paints the country in a bad light. You can't have it both ways. You can't say, hey, let's have this statue of this president. Okay, cool. So let's talk about that he owned slaves. No, you can't talk about that. Did he own slaves or didn't he? Because when they say George Floyd, you can't talk about if he was a good father or had a beautiful daughter or if his brother or his mother loved him. You can't talk about that. All you can talk about, he had a counterfeit 20. He was on fentanyl. Okay, fine. If that's fair game, everything is fair game. You can't tell me that we could talk about George Floyd's criminal record, but we can't talk about past presidents that was pedos, that were not only pedos, but they were enslavers. So they enslaved people, were breeding out slaves, and then they were graping those slaves. Fine, right? You want to have a statue of them? Hey, I think that you should have the statue as long as you tell all of this aspects of history. But that ain't what they want to do. Travion said, like, we're one big Negro. Yeah, and too many of us have subscribed to that. But now with the delineation movement, we're getting away from that. He says, what about Chicago? Well, what about the inner crimes in Appalachia? Also, they never say what about Appalachia. There's so much meth over there, fentanyl, junkies and druggies. I don't think that should be a representation of white people in general. Just like the hood or whatever notorious hood is not the representation of all black people. If someone tried to deceive or bring bodily harm to him or anyone else he cares and loves, he wouldn't have any forgiveness for them. And John Sinatra, what up, B? Shout out the chat. And also, funny and interesting, Black IQ graced them with things that they use in the country now, from traffic light, elevator, almanac, doorknob, plasma bag, air conditioning unit, heating unit, GPS, and caller ID. Yeah, so they always talk about, well, you guys never built anything, and there's been so many black inventions. And then also, since black people were property, many of their early patents, just had to go to their slave owners because it was their property. But I'm gonna get back into the video. But before I do, did you have a brief statement you want to chime in on anything that you seen, Trey?
Oh yeah, since I came in late, because I seen this video with Joy. When we was watching Sappy, I seen the video. The guy, he's telling her to be quiet so she can learn something, but she's the one with the education and he ain't got shit. I just thought I'd point that out.
Yeah, we didn't get to that part yet, but what do you think about the whole race baiting thing? Because she was saying that, Charlie Kirk, he specifically were saying that, hey, when these black women get these jobs, they're typically affirmative action DEI, and they're taking it from white men. I'm kind of paraphrasing. So, and when she's pointing this out, that he had these racist views, and when I debated him, I could feel his racism. He's calling that race baiting. So what is your perspective on whenever we bring up our issues that people call it race baiting?
I feel like the colonizer mindset that these people have, and the thirst and need to be supreme over somebody, it really shows the inferiority. that they really have, though, because we've never felt like we needed to be superior to anybody. Everybody else always tries to tell us how inferior we are. And it's like, damn, if you really just look around, what the hell are we inferior at?
No,
That's how I feel.
I concur. And unfortunately, many of us have internalized that. So even though it's not true, if you tell a lie long enough, it does become the truth. So for
Hell
instance,
yeah.
if I go to the block right now, Travion snitched. Yeah, man, Travion snitched, bro. It's facts. He snitched. He snitched. And then that just goes uncontested. It's a lie, right?
It's gonna become the truth.
It's gonna be because then it's gonna be like, well, you know what? I ain't heard from Trey in a minute. Man, he had to have snitched. You have no proof, no paperwork was shown, but and they say a lie is halfway around the world before the truth gets out of bed. So you'll be sleeping, you feel me? You'll be sleeping, relaxing, wake up, eat a king's breakfast. Cause I don't want to hop on social media as soon as I get up. Then you hop up and then already people that made video, somebody on No Jumper, like, oh, already knew Trey was telling. And it's like, bruh, off what proof? You know what I mean? So that's how it is with these talking points. If they just go unchecked, they become the truth, unfortunately. But let's commence.
Hey, I just want, before you start, I watched a video of Charlie Kirk earlier where he was saying that black people have smaller brains or whatever. We don't have the enough intelligence to, I guess, survive in everyday life and stuff like that or whatever. And I'm sitting there like, damn, I'm like, this. How did he go this long before he got checked any damn way? And now that I think about it, I'm like, the rabbit hole just goes deeper and deeper and deeper. This guy was off the hook.
All right, I'm gonna play the video. Yeah. I don't know what it is, but you do got some background noise, Trey. But I'm gonna play the video right now.
I'll turn this fan off.
It didn't sound like a fan. It sounded like you was mixing some cake batter or something like that. I don't that
gotta be the fan. Hold on.
Oh, it probably was. All right, I'm gonna play the video and salute to everybody in the chat. And if you want to come up and you ain't a troll, let me know. So I'm gonna play the video. This is Brianna Joy Gray debating Zed Jelani on should we be groveling and crying over Charlie Kirk. And it's only about 5 more minutes left of this video. Let's commence.
Americans, you are so out of touch with everything Americans.
How Ezra Klein loves his enemies. Because the entire world
is always a political. Whether we agree or disagree with the words a man speaks, we must never lose sight of his humanity, nor forget the sacred dignity that lives within each and every person. I mean, that's not a bad statement.
No,
I don't disagree with it.
Zed, that is not the same thing as saying he was substantive. Like Ezra Klein's article substantively applauds him for doing politics the right way.
Angry?
The article is called "Practicing Politics the Right Way."
But are you angry at the King family?
Said,
are you angry at the King family for not denouncing his racism or whatever you think they should be doing right now?
I think you're also falling into this binary trap. The argument is that not that you have to die. No, wait, let me finish.
You kind of started it with the race baiting. So
you never let me even finish the point about that. It's not race baiting.
It's funny that you're like.
Zed, it's not race baiting to point out
and humanist.
Wait, how am I selectively racist? No, you're accusing me.
Why did you want?
No, you know what? You're just like Charlie Kirk, actually, Zed. You sound just like him. That's hilarious. So, do you wait a minute? Do you think that Charlie Kirk was racist?
Talk about race.
Why do you think? Do you think that Charlie Kirk is racist?
I think he did say some racist stuff. I think you just said some racist stuff with the white liberal.
He said some racist.
Everyone's a little bit racist.
Wait a minute.
Than you and me.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is Ezra Klein a white liberal?
But why is his skin color?
Is Ezra Klein a white liberal?
I mean, it's pretty racist to focus on the fact that
is Ezra Klein a white liberal?
Is he a white liberal? He's Jewish and people.
I'm getting to that, by the way. I'm getting to that.
People, Brianna, unlike you, secular pagans are raised to love our enemies. Okay, I know you don't understand that. You don't understand what 80% of Americans
Let's talk about Zed. Let's talk about how much Ezra Klein.
Americans, you are so out of touch with everyday Americans.
How Ezra Klein loves his enemies.
Because the entire world is always a political civil war to you. And of course, you don't understand why you don't convince people in politics. Because you're so sectarian. It's like I'm talking to fucking Hezbollah right now, right?
Here he goes again with the ad hominems. This is why you don't convince people in politics, but who is he convinced? Like, is anyone in the chat convinced that, well, yeah, I'm not convinced by Brianna Joy Grace, what she said, so I'm convinced by him. He's calling her a secular pagan. I'm probably on his side. What has he said to make you say, yeah, I want to adopt his political ideology? All he is saying that I'm on the left, and on the true left, you love your enemies. That's all he's saying. He's going on and on about loving your enemies. But what about the people who's not your enemy? Notice how he keeps emphasizing loving the enemy, but not loving the people who actually love you, or people who are on the left like you. He doesn't love the left, but he loves people who hated the left. And he's trying to say, and Brianna Joy Gray, who are you convincing politically? No, who are you convincing politically? This is Zed Jabroni. And like John says, Charlie Jerk. I used to call him Charlie Cuck, you know, but apparently you can't say that now because you're spitting on his grave and you think he should have got killed. No, I don't. But you know, it just is what it is.
But he said something to the effect of uh love your enemies, and who's ever won a war by loving the enemies? How do you win a war by loving your eye?
No, that's what I was saying. Do you think he would tell Jewish people to love Nazis? Because aren't Nazis their enemy? Right? No one, there's no video that you can find of anyone even saying that. But most of Charlie Kirk's vitriol was towards black people. And here he
Yeah.
is. Well, you should love your enemy. No, I just don't care. I'm not celebrating. I'm not mourning. Yeah, but you should love them. That's where it gets extremely disrespectful, because I'm already telling you, look, I'm not celebrating it, but I'm also not mourning. I'm not going there. I ain't putting nothing on his books. No GoFundMe, no flowers, no nothing. And you got people like him saying that you should love him because that's what the left believed. And he's trying to invoke the King family. Notice that these people don't like Martin Luther King. Dr. Martin Luther King talked about reparations. They never quote that, but they always quote, I have a dream and judge a person by the content of their character. Yeah, I'm like, y'all gotta kill those same old tired quotes. And I'm not saying they're tired in a denigrating way to MLK. I'm just saying it's tired because they're trying to weaponize MLK quotes to say like, hey, well, MLK is a black civil rights leader. You're black, right? You're FBA. He was FBA. He said this. No, I didn't agree with everything MLK said. So it's like you trying to bring up his family and said, well, their family said this. So therefore what? We're not one big global Negro. So this dude is just this political stooge.
Hey, they never bring up the part where Martin Luther King say he felt like he was leading his people into a burning house or a
Burning
burning
building.
building.
Yeah, when he was talking about
they
integration.
they never bring that up.
And
It's
mind
always
you,
I have a dream.
because that I have a dream keeps you pacified, and then that I have a dream is an invite to the cookout. Because when you look at the I have a dream where he's saying like, hey, little boys and girls of, I'm just paraphrasing, right? Different races, ethnic background, holding hands, singing kumbaya, right? That's why they like that, because it's a very pacifying speech, right? So and it's a great speech, but they really don't believe in that. They don't have a dream to integrate the neighborhoods. They wanted to that what they meant by integration was,
Illusion of inclusion.
there you go. It wasn't economic integration. And when we integrated economically, we basically relinquished all the things that we had because we thought it was going to be a true utopia, a true
We wanted
meritocracy.
separate but equal.
And it wasn't that. It was separate and unequal.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but let's it's only a few more minutes left, and then I'm gonna play another video because I can't stand this dude. He's just babbling incoherently.
Guy was
Is
killed.
he a
People are
small
just trying
hat?
to sympathize with
So Ezra Klein
I don't even know. As I'm playing the video, I'm gonna try to look it up.
It doesn't mean they love the guy.
Ezra Klein has been very notably slow to his condemnation of the genocide in Gaza.
That's not true.
Unwilling,
a week after the war started, he was opposing it. A week after the war started,
that's
on his
not
podcast,
true.
he was opposing it. It is absolutely true. I listen to his podcast almost every week. That very first month of the war, he was denouncing the war. He was denouncing the conduct.
Because my recollection was
he did not use the word genocide, but you're right. He didn't use the word genocide until very recently. You're right about that.
Okay, there was a big wave of people who were finally willing to concede what was obvious and a word that many of us were using immediately in the weeks after October, in the days after October 7th, that it was a genocide. So I would argue that denial of the broad consensus of international authority on the subject is slow. If you're just getting to it now, you can characterize that differently. But my point is that, and the point that I was making in this tweet that I read that I wasn't able to finish, was that if Charlie Kirk, it's hard for me to believe that if he had similarly inveighed against Jewish people the way that he does against Black people, that Ben Burgess would have felt as comfortable and chummy with him and would have been as comfortable giving him plaudits for his interpersonal skills in the context of this debate.
And she's saying what she's not supposed to say. So if Charlie Kirk had said all of the negative stuff that he said about Jewish people, there would be no, well, he has a family and, his body is still, his body is not even in the dirt yet. Nobody would be saying that. It's like, hey, you disrespected Jewish people. We don't got no love for you. And they always do that, but specifically with us, right? If someone attacks an Asian person, well, we need a Stop Asian Hate bill. And most of the times, they're not even being violently attacked as someone saying, hey, man, go back to your country, man, or why you ain't speaking English. Those things are now being framed as an attack or a hate crime. But when we're even violently attacked, we're told, forgive and forget, live and let live. So right now, if I say, hey, they have that convicted Charlie Kirk alleged killer, well, what would Jesus do? Why are we not preaching forgiveness for him? Instead, they're preaching, hellfire and brimstone, right? But it's like, I thought we were about forgiveness and pleasantries and things like that. When there was
a dude from, go ahead.
I just want to say this. There was a white supremacist, Peyton Gendron, who had went in the Buffalo shooting, and he killed 11 people, 10 of them being Black. And the first thing that they were saying were, well, do you forgive? Do you forgive? They always want to do that with us. Love your enemies and forgive. But they don't tell Jewish people to forgive Nazis. Go ahead.
Yeah, there was a Black man that was hung from a tree at a Mississippi college, and they still talking about why we keep talking about race.
And they said it was no foul play. They said it was no foul play.
How you got a broken leg, a broken arm, and you managed to hang yourself by a tree? Like, come on, man. Like,
and they were quick to label it a self-deletion. So, and this dude Zed Jelani is Pakistani American, and he identifies as a Muslim.
Oh, so he's like a Myron Gaines, basically.
Correct. An anchor bait.
Yeah.
But let's commence.
Tether.
And I think I had the same exchange with Glenn Greenwald. I didn't. I'm sorry. It's hard when I'm looking at someone.
And Travion, if you got YouTube or something in the background, like in a separate tab, close that, because I did hear an echo.
I just muted it.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks.
And who has open contempt for me as a race. He says it, open contempt for me and my intellect because I am a Black woman.
Everyone loves people who are nice to them. That's like the whole point of love your enemy. That's the whole point of love your enemy, Brianna.
Right.
Everyone loves someone who's nice to them. Everybody on the right loves people who are nice to them too, right? Like,
right.
Do you hear what the flip this dude is saying? Everyone loves someone who's nice to him. What the hell is he talking about? We're talking about right now that Charlie Kirk is assassinated, and many of us do not give flying fizzle sticks about him. We didn't care when he was here. We don't care that he's not. And he keeps trying to say, you see how he just keeps beating this drum of loving your enemy, loving your enemy. And it's like, bro, no, let me just rewind this back to see how goofy this sounds.
Content for me and my intellect, because I am a black woman, to
everyone
feel
loves people who are nice
congenial
to
with
them.
him.
Everyone loves people who are nice to them, but Charlie Kirk was not nice to black people. So what is he even talking about? Charlie Kirk is not here. So we should be nice to Charlie Kirk, who's not here, because everyone loves people who are nice to them. What the hell is he talking about? And then, okay, cool. There's a bigot. Well, since everyone loves people who's nice to them, I'll be nice to the bigot because everyone loves that. Like, it doesn't even make sense. Once again, I'll use the Nazi reference. Hey, I'm a Jewish person. Maybe if I'll be nice to the Nazis, they won't keep slaughtering me. Like, what, man? And these are like your academic people that are supposed to be very prestigious and, have all of this acumen. This dude sounds like a straight clown. But let's commence.
That's like the whole point of love your enemy. That's the whole point of love your enemy, Brianna.
Right.
Everyone
Exactly,
loves someone
Zed.
who's nice to them. Everybody on the right loves people who are nice to them too, right? Like,
Right.
that's
So
what the
if-
left
do
is
you
about,
think that is
Brianna. You got into
think that it
politics
is
very,
more-
very late in your life. You got into politics
Zed.
late in your life, Brianna. I'm someone who was raised around civil rights leaders who used to attend their speech.
So here goes the condescending right here. You got into politics very late in your life. Just imagine this with anything else, right? Imagine we're playing basketball. Hey man, you start playing basketball late in your life. We already know where this is going. Imagine we're acting on Broadway. You start acting way late in your life. Imagine you're a garbage man. Man, you start recycling trash and being a sanitation engineer way in your life. You're already starting out with this sneak ad hominem diss, but he's trying to act like it's polite, right? So mind you, he's already called her racist and saying, oh, he's questioning her credibility, but he's also trying to like buffer up his resume, saying that he was raised around civil rights leaders. So guess who was raised around a Hall of Famer, arguably the greatest of all time in basketball, Bronny James. Does that mean Bronny James is going to be anywhere in the GOAT conversation? So first of all, I don't know what civil rights leaders that he claims to have been raised around. That sounds
He's
like
Arab.
BS to me.
He's
Yeah.
Arab. How the hell that don't even make sense? By default, a black person, we live in civil rights. So it's like, I don't even think people understand how the civil rights movement and what our people went through made it to where all the other immigrant peoples can even be in this country in the first place is beyond me. But carry on.
And yeah, and people like this, he doesn't care because he came later. He's new booty, anchor baby, after we had already fought, bled, died in the streets, dog sicked on us, racist experiments, redlining, debt peonage, sharecropping, eminent domain, highway commission acts running through Thrivent. I can just go on until people get nauseated. And that's why people look, why you keep talking about it? Because it's still happening. And the vestiges of these detrimental targeted policies is still here. And all he could say is love your enemy. Okay, fine. This person lynched my family. Well, that's what the left is all about, loving your enemy. And everyone loves people who like him. Like, bro, what are you saying? Nothing he said provides value. He also said he grew up. So imagine, I like to do the analogies, right? Imagine you a Crip, right? And you say, I grew up around real Crips. At that point, you gonna have to name some real Crips because I need to validate. Like, you can't just throw out that, man, I grew up around real Crips, man. The originators. Okay. Who? You gotta ask. Yeah, that's the point to name drop. I grew up around civil rights leaders, but he just vaguely says that and he doesn't mention anyone. So once again, let's just take him at face value and assume that he did grow up around civil rights leaders. Dude, you're not a civil rights leader, so why the hell are you talking about that? And that's why I brought up the analogy with LeBron James. Shout out to Bronny James. I think too many people pile on him, but Bronny James grew up around the arguably the greatest basketball player of all time. No one thinks Bronny James is going to be in the same conversation with Jordan, Kobe, Kareem, etc. But he grew up around one of the greatest in that discussion. So even if this dude supposedly grew up around a legendary civil rights leader, that's not you. So stop trying to leech and tether on to someone else's accomplishments that he has no track record of doing anything civil rights. Going on podcasts and debating people and going to college campuses and doing public speeches, hey, that's fine. It may help your public profile. That's not no civil rights leadership. It's just not. And he shouldn't even be mentioned in the same breath as civil rights leaders. So saying that you grew up around them is just a red herring to me, a moot point. But let's finish this out because this dude is pretty sickening to listen to.
As a child, this is what the left is about, Brianna. I'm teaching you.
I didn't. I'm sorry. It's hard when I'm looking at someone who has open contempt for me as a race. He says it, open contempt for me and my intellect because I am a black woman.
Everyone loves people who are nice to them. That's like the whole point of love your enemy. That's the whole point of love your enemy, Brianna.
Right.
Everyone loves someone who's nice to them. Everybody on the right loves people who are nice to them too, right? Like, that's what the left is about, Brianna. You got into politics very, very late in your life. You got into politics late in your life, Brianna. I'm someone who was raised around civil rights leaders who used to attend their speeches as a child. This is what the left is about, Brianna. I'm teaching you something. Why don't you ever learn from anyone else? You're always lecturing everyone else. Learn from someone else.
Said you were singularly
learn from someone else.
I have ever had on this podcast. Do you know that?
Because most people just don't like talking to you.
Wait a minute.
You're arrogant. I'm trying to teach you something.
That's actually not true. People love talking to me. And in fact,
when do you change your mind about anything, Brianna?
Really,
when do you change your mind about anything? I'm trying to tell you that it's worth thinking about the other side of things.
I don't want to diagnose. Let me not diagnose you. But it's honestly a kind of like almost a scientific curiosity how you manage to be so sort of histrionic and triggered at the most unexpected points in our conversation.
Well, let me ask you this. I remember when you told me Ralph Northam was going to resign. Every black person in Virginia wants him to resign. Guess what happened? He didn't resign, and black people supported him. I literally don't remember. I literally don't remember this conversation. Because your politics.
So now he's trying to bring up one political prediction that he made and said, hey, well, you made this political calculation. It didn't happen. I said this was going to happen. It did happen. So therefore, you don't know anything about politics and I do. And your politics doesn't work. And he's trying to act like his politics does work. But you speaking, giving political commentary is not your politics. And the person that he's talking about is Ralph Northam. It was the governor of Virginia. He had got caught in blackface, like when he was in high school or something. Some pictures resurfaced where he was in blackface, mocking black people. People were egging him on to resign. They had like a special election, and then some black people still vote for him. Of the black people that voted. And what happens is it's a lot of old boomers that go out there and vote. And then when they vote, then they say, see, the black community wasn't worried about it, but many more people voted for the couch. The majority of people don't vote. So they don't focus on the non-votes. They just focus on the people that did vote. And since there's a lot of boomers and, they've been kind of socially engineered and conditioned to vote blue no matter who, especially since the Republicans are very blatant and overt with their anti-blackness, and the Democrats are a bit more cunning. That's why Malcolm talked about the wolf and the fox, the Republicans being the wolf with their fangs showing. You already know that they're growling and they gonna bite you. the Democrats are the fox. They get cute, cuddly, and you like, oh wow, this is a cute furry creature. And then you turn your back, and then next thing you know, they're ganging up on you and mauling you to death. So some people it's like, hey, I prefer the wolf so they can come straight up. But that is what he was talking about. He's saying, oh, I made this political calculation. You were wrong on that. And now he's going to turn that into a referendum on her politics, and your politics doesn't work. But once again, he hasn't mentioned any of his policy. He said he was raised by civil rights leaders. He hasn't named one of them. Leaders is plural, right? So that means more than one, but you didn't even name one. And why are you tethering on to people that you were raised by? You are not a civil rights leader, so I don't really care who you were raised by. Let's commence.
Like almost a scientific curiosity, how you manage to be so sort of histrionic and triggered at the most unexpected points in our conversation.
Well, let me ask you this. I remember when you told me Ralph Northam was going to resign. Every black person in Virginia wants him to resign. Guess what happened? He didn't resign, and black people supported him.
I literally don't even remember. I literally don't remember this conversation.
Because your politics is about anger and vengeance and like denouncing people, and like that's not what the left is about. That's not you're way out of step with the left.
I can't say any more clearly that I'm not asking people to denounce Charlie Kirk. This is but the fact that you're falling into this kind of binary reflects a sort of intellectual weakness and vulnerability and inability to understand the analysis.
Let me ask you this.
So if you can't understand the analysis, then we don't have to keep pressing this point. I think the audience is very clear about what my argument is.
I did not go to Harvard.
And I don't especially need you to grasp the subject. So I'm happy to move on to the article that you did.
It's very true.
I also didn't have rich parents that actually,
yes, you did.
My mother was
all over the friggin' world. You lived all over the world.
My
poor person cannot do that. A poor person cannot live all over the world.
My mom was, no one should have to reveal the vulnerabilities of their family and their own family's insecurity to score points on a podcast. Hey, YouTube, thanks for watching. Just a reminder that this is a podcast. You can catch an extra premium episode every Monday.
Okay, so let me give a shout out to Brianna Joy Gray, who I don't agree with because I don't think that she's B1, black first. She's more kind of like lefty first and more intersectional with her politics. You know, she will stand on business occasionally, but she kind of drifts off into that all lives matter intersectional politics that I don't necessarily agree with. Since we have been specifically targeted, we need specific redress. And sometimes that can turn into trans lives and Palestinian lives and all this stuff, which I'm not against any of the justice claims for any of those specific groups. I just don't think it should be conflated with specific B1 issues. But I will say that I do like when she wears her hair like that. Brianna Joy Gray is fine. Yeah, you gotta hang around some real brothers and not people like Zed Jabroni. But if y'all want to watch the full video, it's on Bad Faith Podcast. So let me get into another video and salute the people that's in the chat. Y'all rocking with it late. So, you know, I'm gonna make sure that this is a fruitful stream because this topic doesn't seem to be going anywhere. They are now trying to punish people, not people just getting fired from their job. Like I said, I don't agree with that. But if someone is getting fired from their job, I'm not shocked by that, right? You know, because it's to be expected, because freedom of speech you should have, but not the freedom of consequence. So I am going to bring up a video. And it's going to be of another anti-black stooge who goes by the name of none other than Piers Morgan. Yeah, Piers Morgan likes to play both sides and act like, you know, he calls it right down the middle, but he doesn't. And, you know, he's very biased, but, you know, that's okay. I just wish people would be open and honest, you know, about their biasness and lack of objectivity, but you know, that would put the cat out of the bag. So let me go ahead and hit it with this one. And hold on, I may have to do some rearranging.
Hey, it's amazing all the craziness that's unraveling and that's happening. Why FBAs just sit back and stay the hell out the way. And there's more to come. That's the crazy thing about it. All we got to do is just sit back and chill. And this shit about to get very interesting.
Yes, sir. And like I said, this is the season. Tis the season. HYON. What's HYON? Hold your own nuts. That's all it is. See, before we've been used to helping everybody. So now people's like, damn, y'all abandoned us. It's like, nah, it wasn't about abandoning us. We just start focusing on us because you can't tell us you guys are low IQ and you're at the bottom. And I say, you know what? That is right. We are low IQ. We are at the bottom. Therefore, I need to focus on increasing my IQ. So I think of it like this. Imagine your house is dirty and filthy and disgusting. But the way you choose to clean your house is by going to your neighbor's house and helping them clean theirs. So now your neighbor's house is clean, and then you come back to what? A filthy, disgusting house. And then you try to go clean it again. Oh, damn, I forgot my homeboy down the street, his house is dirty. So you go and help him. His house is clean, your neighbor's house is clean, and you come back to what? A disgusting house. And then when your neighbors come over, they'll be like, damn, why your house so dirty? Do you think it's going to be a valid excuse to say, well, my house is dirty because I was helping y'all clean y'all stuff? They're going to be like, nah, bro, my house is clean and yours is dirty. That's just how it's going to go. So it's the same thing with these politics, right? You help every other group, you crash out for them. And then you like, well, damn, well, where's our policy and where are our tangibles? You know, shut up, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. But that ain't what y'all did. Y'all had help. Y'all had people put batteries in your back. Y'all had people put bands in your bank account. Y'all had us out there crashing out for y'all, but you won't even get a scintilla of that in return. And before, we were just used to saying, oh, well, that's just how it is. Now we're saying, you know what, if that's how it's going to be, then we just going to keep the same energy. And that's what got a lot of people shook up, that all we're doing is turning the mirror on them. We're delineating from them like they've always delineated from us. We're practicing group economics and staying B1 like they've always been doing with us. So us delineating, us focusing on specifically us shakes up the table, because that means, hey, sisters, y'all can do your own nails. No more Asian nail shops. Hey, y'all can make your own burritos and tacos. No more taquerias, right? You can press and print up your own clothes. Yes, since you're not a manufacturer, you will have to get your product from some other people, but now you get your own product and then you produce and create it. You know what I mean? You flip it that way. And that's the type of stuff that people are not really prepared for, because they want us to, continuously be subservient to them and continuously be dependent on them. As much as they say, oh, well, don't you guys want to be self-sufficient and do for self? You know what? That's right. In order to do for self, that means that I don't need to be spending money with you. And then they'll turn around and say, well, that's racist. How the hell am I going to build up my community if all of my money keeps going into your community? Every other community understands this, but they kind of want you blinded to, well, don't be racist and only shop with the black businesses. But ain't that what y'all do? Why do you have Chinatown? Why isn't it called People of Color Town? Why isn't it called Minority Town? Why ain't it called China and Japan Town? No, they have a Chinatown exclusively for Chinese culture, Japantown exclusively for Japanese culture, Koreatown exclusively for Korean culture. It's not called Asian Town. We're all minorities, right? Why there's no minority town? So every ethnic group is about preserving their ethnic sovereignty and, preserving their culture and community. I say that's fine. Just stop acting confused when we talk about doing it. But let me play the video.
We became lazy when we decided to start working for free.
Bingo. But nobody calls the slave owners lazy because they'd be like, you guys were just farm equipment. Okay, cool. Which is
What the hell did they build? What the hell did they do besides whoop our people's backs and make sure we was building shit?
exactly. But see, like I said, when you frame it that way, then they just get mad and then they start talking about Africa. But you got to keep redirecting the conversation back here to America because they don't want you redirecting it to Europe because many of them descend from peasants. That's why they always tell them you were fleeing folly, failure, famine, and feudalism. They can't really refute that, so that's why they try to say you're from Africa. You didn't even build the wheel and all this other type of stuff. And then even like Ryan Coogler said, who claims that he's FBA, he said that he loved doing all of those Wakanda movies and things, but he said that he was neglecting his lineage here. And that's what
Right.
they always want. They want you looking to this distant part of Africa. You're just this generic African. They don't know if you're from Morocco. They don't know if you're from Senegal. They don't know if you're from Congo or Chad. You just have to be this generic African, and all of your credit has to go to that. When you grew up on the block in Seattle, and then you came up with a certain culture, a certain swag, and certain lyrics, you owe that to Africa. You know what I mean? Whatever you build is supposed to go to Africa, but on the flip side, whatever Africans build stays in Africa. Does that make any sense? Africans get to preserve Africa, and FBAs have to give all of their accomplishments to Africa. We start hip hop, and it's like, well, that came from Africa. How? Where's the African Jay-Z, Kendrick Lamar? Where's the African Travion? And this is no denigration because I'll always admit that I have African ancestry, African genetics. Europeans have African genetics, but they're not African. So everyone knows all this stuff, or I won't say everyone. Many people know this, even the powers that be, and that's why they were heavily pushing, the whole African American thing, so they can just basically it makes it easier for us to marginalize. So Idris Elba, who's a black Brit, comes over. He's African American. Akon, who's from Senegal, he comes over. He's African American. But now with the delineation, we're making you stand on. No, you're Senegalese, right? You're from Senegal American. You're Nigerian American, because that's what y'all were doing the whole time. It's just now FBAs are demanding that y'all do that. Before, y'all was just saying, oh, we all black. Akon was over there talking about black culture and talking about how degenerate it was, and all y'all focus on is thug culture. What was Akon's first song? I'm locked
Locked
up.
up. Like that's the song he known for.
Bruh. So
And then he
this
turned around and messed with a rat. But that's a whole nother story.
that's a whole nother story.
Hey, I don't ever want to visit nowhere where beans and toast on toast is a delicacy. Just saying.
Yeah, I mean, that ain't part of my culture, so I will never claim that. Salute to the people. I'm sure it's a rich part of your culture, but like I said, I always tell people I didn't grow up eating jerk chicken. None against jerk chicken. I'm sure it's delicious. I didn't grow up eating a goosey soup, plantains, naan and curry. I didn't grow up eating goat. I didn't grow up eating rat, dog, cat, none of that stuff.
They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs.
The pets. There are some cultures where they eat that stuff. Salute to them. So it is up to us to be able to differentiate the ethnic and cultural differences. And I'm not even making the argument that, hey, because my culture is different, is better. I'm just saying that it's different. A leopard is not
in a good way. In a good way, though. It's different in a good way.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, bro. A leopard is not a cheetah. A cheetah is not a jaguar. They're both cats. You feel me? A Senegalese person is not an FBA. A Congolese person is not an FBA. They're all black. And if you think that I'm doing too much, go ahead and go to a Mexican person and say, well, why are you different from an El Salvadorian? You're both Hispanic. Go to a Tongan and say that, why are you different than a Samoan? Go to a Jewish person and say, why are you delineating and saying that you're Ashkenazi when there's Mizrahi Jews or Sephardic Jews? They're delineating from Jews. Go to a Native American and say, you're Seminole. Why are you delineating from Choctaw? or Cherokee? Why aren't you guys just one big Indian? No, people will say, no, you can't say that. That's offensive. But with us, we have to be the same. I'm the
One
same as a
big
Jamaican.
Negro.
No, and for too long we let that ride because we were on this "We Are the World" Pan African stuff. But
We was
those
asleep.
days are
That's what
over.
it was. We was
Yeah,
asleep. We done woke up, and that's their worst nightmare. And now they don't know what to do with
that.
themselves.
Why you think they keep demonizing the word woke, right? Because that's not what they want you to be. They want you sleep. They want you as a sheep. You feel me? But yeah, let's let the video rock.
Erin, what was your immediate reaction when you heard about what had happened to Charlie Kirk, and presumably at some stage saw the video?
Well, it started with absolute shock, followed by despair, followed by fear of what this means for the country and how things could potentially and very likely devolve further. You know, Charlie and I had multiple debates and conversations, and what I really appreciated about Charlie, and I've said this multiple times, was that even though we had disagreements, he had a huge platform and was inviting to people like me to make my case to a completely different audience about my point of view, why I believe things that I believe. And that's what is supposed to.
See, this is the things where, this is like a form of soft whitewashing where it's like, well,
That
I appreciate,
bullshit.
yeah, I appreciate him because he had a platform and he would invite people like me. But look, Charlie Kirk,
The racism.
exactly. Charlie Kirk would call out Tariq Nasheed by name. And I get it. People were like, well, Tariq is this, Tariq is that. I rock with Tariq. Tariq is solid. If you don't
Oh
rock with him,
yeah.
that's
Oh, yeah.
fine. But my whole thing is whether Tariq is solid or not, Charlie Kirk would be calling him out, calling him a race baiter and all this other type of stuff. Why he didn't invite Tariq on his platform? You notice that they never invite black intellectuals on. They always have tap dance and sambos that agree with them, but they hate people like Tariq. They hate people like Jason Black, the Black Authority. Why won't you invite them on? See, my thing is y'all think that we're just these low IQ thuggish monkeys. Fine, I ain't gonna hold you. Invite this thuggish monkey on. Hey, and see how you fare intellectually. The thing is, they know that the perception will be that you're a thuggish monkey, and then after you debate, they'll be like, that boy there smart. That boy there, that boy there knows something. You know what I
And
mean?
Charlie was ducking them black colleges too, though. I ain't gonna
He
talk about that.
always, we ain't even gonna talk about that. He was going to the lily of the whitest colleges, and then when they did have a black person, there would be a black people from a different lineage, people that were maybe LGBT, maybe radical leftists and things like that. And then they'll say, oh, look, there was this black trans person that debated Charlie Kirk, so this is the representation of the entire black community. Look, Charlie Kirk beat some freshman black person in a debate, so that means that whites have a higher IQ. But nah, he, like you said, why didn't he go to those prestigious black colleges, right?
Because he
Why
didn't
did
want to
he?
look bad, getting beat on verbally by a black person with a fist on a pick.
And that's why he'll invite her on, and that's why she's praising him. We have different views, and he invited me on. Yeah, y'all have different views, but it's just like the right wing and the left wing, Republicans and Democrats. They appear to be different teams, but they're just two cheeks on the same booty. Really, they're in the same league. Think of it like this.
Viper.
Bingo. So think of it like this. The Clippers and whatever team, the Lakers or the Warriors, right? Yeah, they're different teams, but guess what they're both a part of? The NBA. The Lakers don't want to see the NBA fall, and the Clippers don't want to see the NBA fall. The Republicans don't want to see the establishment fall. The Democrats don't want to see the establishment fall. Different teams, same league, same conference. So when people will be like, oh, they're not the same. Yeah, the Warriors are not the same as the Lakers, but they both share the same interests. They both want the league to thrive. All of their decisions are going to be based on their individual team thriving, but the league as a whole thriving. That's how it is with the Republican Democrats, where you be like, oh, well, the Democrats do this. Many times, Democrats like not being in power because it gives them something to run on. Look how bad Donald Trump is. Vote for me. Oh my God, the Republicans are so racist. I'm not racist. Vote for me if you want to change. Oh my God, look at the deportations. It's inhumane. I support immigrants. We're a nation of immigrants. Vote for me. So a lot of times they love it's like the good cop, bad cop. You know what I
The
mean?
league is white supremacy.
Exactly.
You don't even have to be necessarily white, man. As long as you down with white supremacy, you could push it. You could have your team and play as many games as you need, man, throughout the season.
Yeah, because they believe if it ain't white, it ain't right. We already know this.
I'll see you in Valhalla.
And he said Burna Boy is Nigerian, Godfrey is Nigerian, Coleon Noir, gun activist is Nigerian. See, I knew both of them were, but I didn't know Coleon Noir is Nigerian. I didn't know that, and I follow him too. He's probably one of the better firearm channels to fire. But you see what I'm saying? This is how people just kind of blend in with the mix, and there's nothing wrong with us uniting. Is wrong with us building, but we need to build, and we need to have our ethnic and intellectual sovereignty, right? Asians build with each other, but they don't come together and say, hey, since we're Asians, we'll build with each other. You have to strip your Japanese culture. No, they gonna come together and preserve their culture. But with us, we have to come and mix our culture and make it into one big gumbo pot. And we're just tired of doing that. It's a form of ethnic erasure. It's a form to not even have any credit. It's basically like we didn't do anything on this land, and anything that we did, we only did it because Africa put a battery in our back. But what Africans came, because people will say, well, Africa is the motherland, right? And someone had told me this. He was like, it's not my motherland, because
Right.
what motherland would know that their babies is in a distant land and not go and get them?
Mm.
Right?
If
So
that's the motherland, CPS, it should have been called a long time ago.
and that's where I'm at with it right now. I'm in foster care, so I don't want to hear that, hey, we abandoned you, but now you got to give credit. It's almost like that a parent that wasn't there, and now your kid made it to the league, and it's like, I'm still your daddy. It's like, huh? I made it to the league without you. Don't try to come around now and leech and tether onto my accomplishments.
I feel
But
like Burner Boy's a tether, but I wouldn't necessarily consider Godfrey to be a tether, because I've heard him publicly like side with black people and black issues. Burner Boy
yeah,
would be talking that we ain't got no culture shit. That automatically makes you a tether. After you say some crap like that, nothing else out your mouth is gonna like fix the problem after you say that.
and that's why I don't rock with Kai Cenat, because that's what he said. He said, y'all niggas is just regular black. Y'all ain't even no Trini. Y'all ain't no Dominican. Y'all ain't Brazilian. Y'all ain't Haitian. He just went down the street and down the list, and Kai Cenat's whole swag is stole from FBA. So I really don't rock with Kai Cenat like that. I mean, I'm not, I don't really follow gamers.
You know what else we not trying to go to Trinity. We're not trying to go live in Jamaica. We're not trying to go live in Haiti. We're not trying to go live in none of those places where it was all messed up and you had to flee somewhere. We stayed right here 10 toes down in the mud and got it out the mud, and all y'all came over here and took our dainties. That's what it was, man. But that's the truth.
No, and that is the truth, because all of these people that say that stuff, guess where they are? Man, you don't got no culture. Okay, cool. Why you ain't in Haiti where all the culture is? He's talking about, man, he's like, what food do y'all have? Y'all don't eat no curry goat and all this stuff. I don't even
Why
really
would
want to
we
eat.
want to eat curry goat? I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like they don't even think about the things they say. Like we didn't ask you to come bring your livestock here and show us how to eat it. We don't care. In my country, we kill lion with bare hand ass nigga. I mean, excuse my language.
Nah, yeah. Nah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, and that's where I'm at with it. See, before we was letting it slide, and I can't really say it was all us letting it slide. Many of it was our elders, a lot of our parents was letting it slide, and we were conditioned to let it slide because we were under the banner of man, we all black, man. Them is our brothers and sisters and cousins. But hey, haven't you checked your brother before? Haven't you checked your cousin? People be checking they mama. So how you think people ain't gonna say, hey, mom, this ain't cool. Hey, pops, hey, brother, this ain't cool. But I ain't supposed to check a tether that ain't from my lineage. And then all of these people, you guys are being divisive. Africa is a continent, 54 plus countries, over 3,000 different ethnic groups.
And y'all all fleeing here.
Exactly.
Can't get your ish together. Can't get your ish together. You got all these tall Negroes in Africa and you ain't started one basketball league of your own. You coming to America. You want to be LeBron James, Michael Jordan, Allen Iverson, Steph Curry.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Who is the African LeBron James? Who is the African Kanye? What?
Hey, LeBron James is Manute Bol and Bol.
Bobo and a lot of them cats was lying about their age. You know, people don't want to hear this.
He's like 50-something years old.
Yeah,
playing in the league.
Yeah, because a lot of people, you know, they don't have meticulous records, and this is not to disparage or denigrate. What I'm just trying to say is, if you want to roast, that there's no better roasters than FBA. It's part of our culture. And I had touched on this in another live stream where people try to say, you guys called me African booty scratcher. Like, bro, I got called that. Like, you people in they damn near 40s talking about the reason why they ain't link up with FBAs is because y'all were mean to us and calling us African booty scratcher. Nobody was getting lynched for being called an African booty scratcher, right? When they were throwing rocks at MLK, they weren't calling him an African booty scratcher. So to try to act like that's just the worst insult or epithet that you've ever heard is extremely disingenuous. And you know, I wish people would stop with that BS though. But like I said, man, this is the time, like Cat Williams said last year, all lies will be exposed. All of that Akata, Jareer, B, the Yankee stuff. Yeah, y'all gonna have to keep that same energy. It's just we're better at the roasting. We're better at the clowning. People used to be clowning on people's mama. Yo, mama so fat. Yo, mama so skinny. If people was clowning on people's mamas, why the flip wouldn't we clown on tethers? Why wouldn't we clown on some buck broken fools who fled their homeland, right? And us checking paperwork, bruh. You grew up in the hood. How many times have people, you feel me, pressed up on people? Hey, where's dude from?
Hey, automatically, as soon as you know, like they try to say we don't have no culture and all that stuff, and it don't matter if you in California, Seattle, Washington, Chicago, New York, wherever. If your family is born and raised there to some degree or whatever, you naturally in your neighborhood, because a lot of your family members is gonna be around and stuff like that. You're gonna naturally ask when you see somebody that's not that you ain't never seen in your community before. Hey, where you from? That's tribal. And people don't even understand it, but you know, I be tripping on how
that's culture. Like that's part of our culture.
Yeah, a lot of the Africans though, they try to act like we don't know nothing or whatever, but we know our family lineage and history. It dates back on record, on paper, farther than their countries. A lot of their countries were even founded and stuff like that. So it's like, especially Nigerians, man, I can't stand when Nigerians get to talking that crap, because it's like, you know, your country ain't even that old for you. You know, like we literally can go back to the 1700s and farther than that. And they can't even go back that far. Like, you know, so it's like, oh, I don't want to hear that word of mouth crap. Like, you know,
no, and that's where it gets
or
crazy.
Tradition
right?
my ass.
Because think about this, right? Many of us got lineage tracing back to, at the bare minimum, 1800s, 1700s, some 1600s.
I could go back to the 1700s. I can go back to the 1700s.
So
It probably
then
could go back farther if I actually look, you know. But like from what I've researched, I've went back as far as the 1700s, and not the late 1700s either. So.
and honestly, it don't even matter whether it was the 1700s or the 1800s. Nigeria didn't even exist then. So how are you gonna tell me that my lineage is from Nigeria when Nigeria wasn't even
Even
thought
the
of?
country, yeah.
You see
You
what
know,
I'm saying? And that's how they got you looking to a distant Africa and saying, you're Yoruba, I'm Igbo. All of these are newer concepts, bruh. Which, and like I said, this is not to disparage or denigrate, but what was the point of your ancestor being out in that burning sun and getting whipped for you to give all the credit to Nigeria that wasn't even when your ancestor was out there being brutally colonized, brutally raped? There was no Nigeria. There was no Senegal. And they trying to say, yeah, but you was from there. How the hell am I gonna be from someplace that it wasn't there? And that's what really gets them disturbed, because they don't want you leaning into the lineage. Notice how they always fund African studies, African Student Union, but they won't fund anything freedom in. If you say Foundational Black American Student Union, oh, no money for that, no money for anything. Then even when they fund Egyptology, they only fund it to the white people to say that Egypt was not that the civilization was not black. So they'll fund this Pan-African thing to make us one global Negro, and then they fund Egypt specifically to say, yeah, the Egyptians, we were getting all the knowledge from them, but they wasn't black. That's where they came up with the whole term sub-Saharan. Sub-Saharan is just some made up shit, just like Middle East, right?
It's Northeast Africa, and it was a man-made river that was created so that they could call that area the Middle East. Now, no, it's Northeast
Correct.
Africa, and these Africans, no disrespect to anybody if they is African, but the only thing Africans is known for inventing or even having that actually worked was a toothbrush that came from a tree. Let's keep it real. Like from the 1800s till now, what inventions did Africans create? I'll wait. Only thing you're gonna come up with in Google is that little tree branch, that little tree bark that you can rub against your teeth and clean your teeth with.
And honestly, this ain't
And
just
they ain't
about.
even invent that. That was God given. I mean, come on now. You just happen to have a foul mouth and let me try this. You was down bad and the Lord was looking out for you. That's really what happened.
And honestly, this just ain't about Africans, because it be a lot of people that
it's
coming out
all
the
the
woodwork.
immigrants. What did they create? They ain't created nothing. It's just the Africans be caping the hardest, and I'm on them because they got the same skin color. So I be like, the fact that you look the closest to us, and you guys is yes or no, sir, Motisa, more than like, come on, man. It don't even make no sense, man. Y'all still want care packages dropped from the airplanes and shit. Like, the fuck? I mean, excuse my language.
Yeah, no, it's true. And then not only that, y'all be having all this smoke for the FBAs, and then y'all got these 5'2" Chinese people over there beating the crap out of you and colonizing y'all land. And
you ain't learned your lesson yet.
Y'all still ain't learned your lesson. They gave us a loan. Yeah, they gave you a loan for 200 million and extracted $1 billion. Does that make
you're in
any
debt?
sense?
You was already broke, and now you're in debt. Like, how does that work? Like,
and this is a more pressing issue than saying, well, Tariq said this and he had a space and called us a tether. It's like, what is more worse? The Japanese people over there mining and taking your resources, or Tariq having a Twitter space calling you a tether while you're behaving like a tether? Like, come on now, we gotta do better. And I'm a humanitarian, so I love all people, and I especially love melanated people. But just like everyone else, I need to preserve my lineage, so I need to practice ethnic sovereignty and make sure that my lineage lives on, so that we survive.
Charity started at home.
Exactly. All I gotta say is, my house ain't gonna get cleaned if I'm always at your house cleaning it for you. But let's play a little bit more of the video, and salute to anyone in the chat. Y'all rocking with us on a late night.
To make America great. the ability to live in a pluralistic society where people have differences of opinion but can engage with one another in good faith and make their case. You know, I was recently on Tucker Carlson's show for a pretty lengthy interview, and after that interview ended, Tucker Carlson let me know that Charlie Kirk reached out to him and said that he loved the interview and would like to have me on his show. That's the kind of person Charlie Kirk was. Now, that's not to take away from the things that I vehemently disagreed with him on, but engaging in violence is an act of cowardice. It's what losers do. It's what people who are unable to articulate their arguments effectively resort to. That's my take on what happened to Charlie Kirk. And I have to say, the video of him getting killed was one of the most disgusting, horrific things I've seen, and I can't get that image out of my mind. It's seared in my mind.
What is, I mean, thank you for saying what you just said. Very clear. What has been truly shocking to me is not just the murder itself, which was obviously just horrific, as was the video. And I agree, it's very hard to ever lose that image of what happened. But the reaction from young people in particular on the left, I have to say, I have found absolutely sickening. The glee, the celebration, the TikToks, the general, the behavior of this rap band, Bob Dylan, and then the lying about the fact they were clearly celebrating in the most despicable manner what had happened to Charlie Kirk. You know, I've got no problem with people appraising Charlie Kirk's record and criticizing him where they feel he was wrong about stuff. That's fine. That happens to every public figure when they die. But to gleefully celebrate the cold-blooded execution.
Once again, he's lying. Hey, I have no problem calling out what Charlie Kirk did. So that's what many people are doing. Many people are not celebrating. They're just saying, hey, look at all the racist stuff. Look at all the anti-Black stuff that he said and done. This is why I'm not celebrating, but this is also why I'm not mourning.
It's cool when they do it. It's a problem when we do it.
Yeah, and then on top
of that,
we ain't
even doing it.
Yeah, he's going on TikTok finding, and you know how these algorithms are. If you click on a twerking video and then you like, damn, why did I just get 4 videos of twerking? And then you watch all 4 of them, and then you keep getting twerking videos, and you like, man, they keep sending me twerking videos. No, you keep watching those videos, and they're tracking. You're watching them, you're liking them, you're commenting on them. They're tracking. Oh, this is what you want to see. So you watching these videos and then you share it and make a comment. Then they say, oh, that's what you wanted. I have more of that. I have more where that came from. So, and this is the thing. There's been countless videos of people praying for Charlie Kirk. It's been a bunch of Black dudes that's been on some Sambo stuff for Charlie Kirk.
I done seen a lot of them. Like, I didn't even believe it was that many that actually cared. But I mean,
I didn't know it was that many raccoons. I seen the dude from Minnesota. And mind you, Charlie Kirk was a multi-millionaire. The dude from the Minnesota Vikings was talking about how he was going to pay for his kids' college fund, a Black receiver. I'm like, okay. And then this is where they get where it's like, well, you don't need to make it about race and all this other stuff. But it's like all this dude did was make it about race. And here you want to come and be the bigger person, kind of like how that Zed Jabroni dude was doing, love your enemy and all that stuff. So you're hearing a lot of that right now. And people just kind of want to just act like, hey, you know, this is the time of peace and time of healing. But he wasn't peaceful. He wasn't healing, and he didn't want empathy. But anyways, Piers Morgan is talking about he's seeing all these videos. It's not that many damn videos. Let's just say that it was hundreds or thousands. There's millions of people in this country. So even if it was thousands, it's not even 1% of people. The majority of people are not celebrating. The thing is because if you're not praising him, they consider that as a celebration.
Why ain't they talking about the 5 NFL teams that ain't honoring them? They refuse to honor him.
Yeah, even that. I mean, you know, that the majority of the teams did honor him, but because all of the teams didn't, which is, you know, within their right to not do it, suddenly they're the bigots. So he was a known bigot, but if you don't praise them, you become the bigot. This is ridiculous. But let's hear what Pierce has to say. He's so performative with his pathetic performance.
Of a 31-year-old father of two, I just found crossed every line of humanity. And I guess, Anna, a lot of these young people,
that's identity politics. He's a 31-year-old father of two. Does his age matter? Would it have mattered if he was 21 and got killed, or 41 or 61? So, and I get it. Oh, he died too young. So if he was old, it would have been okay. Then on top of that, he's a father of two. I don't give there's plenty of people die every day, B, and a lot of them are fathers.
I was just about to say that people die every day, B.
And many of them are fathers. But let's commence.
You've met a lot of these young people on the left. What is going on with young people on the left? And I'm not for a moment saying there aren't young people on the right that have similar mindsets about their opponents. But what is going on with these young people on the woke left who genuinely look at that and think this is something to celebrate? Hello and welcome. We begin
where there's just this dehumanization of people based on their political views. And on top of that, the devaluing of human life, right? I mean, we've been seeing images of people being butchered, children being butchered endlessly on social media over the last nearly 2 years. Prior to that, I mean, the rhetoric that devalues human life, I think, has played a role into it. But also, I just think that there's this dumb idea that all you need to do is like get rid of or take out some of the prominent figures on the political side of the aisle that you disagree with, and that'll somehow solve the issue. No, that doesn't solve the issue. What it does is it makes the situation in various countries where this type of political violence plays out far worse. Now you're hearing talk of retaliation in a violent way. When it comes to the Trump administration, you're hearing, policies that are being proposed that would limit the legitimate political speech of Americans. I am concerned about that. What that disgusting murderer did is he pushed for this country to devolve further. And I wish that cooler heads would prevail, but at the same time, I don't begrudge people who are angry. I mean, that poor.
And see, this is where she can be right, but she can also miss the mark, right? So she's talking about, oh, well, this dude, because he did this heinous crime, he devolved the country, he made the country divisive. Charlie Kirk was not uniting the country. He was uniting white people. He was talking about, but she won't, because she's white and she
white
agrees
supremacy.
with them.
Systematic white supremacy. There's up front in your face white supremacists, and then there's the ones that play the backfield and play the moderate role, and then they get to they still be white supremacists, but still out in the open act like, oh, we're cool with black people. I have a black friend. That's what we're seeing right now.
Correct. And she's upholding the system. And that's why she's pretty much sanitizing him and saying, oh, well, this dude, essentially she's trying to say how much, and there is validity to what she's saying in terms of, him devolving the country and dividing. But Charlie Kirk was pushing divisive rhetoric. All of the stuff that he's saying, it wasn't to unite black people, wasn't to unite minorities or anything like that. He specified white birth rates. He specified, white men being under attack, white genocide. He didn't say American genocide. He didn't say working class genocide. He talked about white genocide when he was railing against. Go ahead.
Even talking about white people being under attack, address the reason why white people feel like they're being under attack. Address all the messed up things that they've done during the years that have. If there are people out there that feel some type of way, whether they're in other countries or wherever it is, address the reason why now you're feeling like you're under attack. Don't just act like you didn't do anything wrong when there's years and years and years of evidence to back up a case to lock you up. I mean, if this was a court of law, you know what I mean? But I don't get it, man. It's just, like we're supposed to acknowledge that
we have a violence problem in our communities and stuff like that, but they just don't see it. Like when a black child or a teenager does something to another person, he's an animal. He need to be locked in a cage. When one of theirs do it, oh, he was a troubled kid. It's like what?
Exactly. And this is why I tell my people, y'all should be the last persons going around talking about black on black crime and we need to do all this other type of stuff, right? Because their crime has no color. Crime is just crime.
Crime is crime.
Right. And find me one video. I hear black people saying it, but Piers Morgan ain't gonna say white on white crime. None of these white panelists are gonna say white on white crime, but what they will call them is a radical leftist. They will call them a woke leftist, a socialist, a communist, because all of those terms are race neutral. But see, when it's us, notice, like, let's say that you're a Christian man, right? But if you're black and you kill another black man, they ain't gonna say Christian killed. They ain't gonna say Muslim killed, right? They're not gonna say Democrat killed. They're gonna say black on black crime, right?
And they might try to attach some voodoo to it.
Exactly. So all of the don't make it about race, they always make it about race. When they say, what about Chicago? They're saying, what about Chicago? But what about the black people in Chicago? That's really what they're saying. But they just try to make it vague. Well, what about Chicago? I'm just talking about gang violence. See, I didn't say black, but then he digs into the numbers in 1350. Oh, I thought you wasn't talking about black. But suddenly you keep reading off the stats. Why do they memorize? They memorize our fatherless home stats, right? They'll memorize the STD stats. They'll memorize a murder rate stat.
They don't memorize them low birth rates, so
they don't memorize anything compared to them. You're always railing against the border hoppers. Why don't y'all got the Mexican and Hispanic stats memorized? Y'all talking about China is our enemy. Why don't y'all got these Chinese stats memorized? They always say, well, they're the model minority. Okay, cool. Then for the next 20 years, our president should be Chinese because they're so much smarter. Their culture is so much better. Whoa. I didn't say all that. Well, which one is it? Are they just these great model minorities that are doing all of this brilliant stuff? If they're that great, shouldn't they be leading the country? But then they don't want them leading the country. All they want them is to just be above us, a buffer group. We already know that. But let's commence.
Wife and her 2 children witnessed Charlie Kirk get shot and killed in the neck. I don't begrudge her at all for being furious. No. I can't even imagine where my headspace would be at right now if that happened to my husband.
Right. Andrew Wilson, where were you when you heard about Charlie Kirk? And what is your view of...
And mind you, the 2 white dudes that he has on here are vile anti-black bigots. Anna Kasparian, she is just, a soft bigot. You know what I mean? Like, she'll agree with stuff and you'll be like, oh, damn, I agree with that. But when it gets to racial issues, she's just as bigoted as them. You
remember when she thought she was about to get robbed by a black person and was going on a rant about it or whatever and was acting all scared? You remember that?
Correct. Yeah, I got the receipt.
I ain't forgot.
And not only that, none of them support reparations. They don't support anything specific. They don't support reparations. They don't support an anti-black hate bill. If you say here anything specific tangibles, she'll start sounding like the right winger. She thinks that it's woke. She'll start saying that it's divisive, but she won't call out Jewish people when they get specific policies.
It's white supremacy. That's what it is. It's closed door, behind closed door white supremacy, because majority of those people over there that consider themselves small hats, when they come over here, they can pick and choose when they want to classify themselves as whites or small hats. When they come over here, they're majority of the time they fall under the title white. So you're gonna get the same privileges when you go over there. That's what it is.
And what's ironic is she's Armenian and her people got reparations. This is America, not Armenia. But we paid Armenians for the Armenian genocide. We allowed a bunch of them to come over as refugees, gave them a bunch of businesses. Many of them own all sorts of smoke shops and clubs and things that it would be degenerate. If you have a smoke shop and a dispensary, you're a degenerate thug, man. And why are you guys so obsessed with weed? But
How
then
you
when
been
they
here
have
2
one,
years and own a gas station?
exactly. But then that means that, well, they're just smarter than her. Then you can do it too. No, they got a loan, and then
All type of grants and stuff.
specifically for refugees,
Yeah.
specifically for minorities, specifically for immigrants, right? They don't pull themselves up by their bootstraps. But then even with us in our community, they'll be like, man, they stick together. Many of them don't. The only time they stick together is when they're going against us. Most of them are
When it's time to be
extremely
white.
That's the only time they stick together. But we believe that and then a lot of times, since we haven't been recognized, we haven't been calling out the tethers, we'll be like, man, the black community used to be like that. Yeah, your black community used to be all FBA. Then they start dumping a bunch of tethers in there, and not all immigrants are tethers, but if you're behaving like a tether, you need to get called out. But what happens is the cultures, because even in New York, they told me like FBAs live on one side and the Caribbeans live on the other side, but we're all black. So why we got to live on separate sides? Look at Harlem, right?
Harlem's FBA.
Harlem is FBA, but what did they do? They made Spanish Harlem. If we all black and brown and we all this coalition, why the hell would you need a Spanish Harlem? That's delineation right there. Even with Jamaica Queens, this is America. This ain't Jamaica. You don't want to be in Jamaica, but you want to turn Queens into Jamaica. Even in Florida, they got all of these little Hades and stuff. Kodak Black, right? He's a prominent Haitian, never been to Haiti, doesn't want to go to Haiti. He's scared to go because he said Haitians eat people.
He
and
said
these
they're gonna
are his
eat me.
people.
They're gonna
And
eat me.
these are his people. But then they'll say Trump is racist, which he is, for they're eating pets and all this other stuff. But no one has smoke for Kodak talking about his own people being cannibals.
Yeah, if you was gonna eat something, I'd rather you eat your dog or your cat than a person. Like that's
exactly.
That's bad. I mean, they're both bad, but I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I wasn't trying to make it sound like what. Like, nah, I'm not condoning barbecue kitten.
I was trying to be cool. I was trying to be cool.
Hush puppies.
I was trying to be cool, Trey, but now I have to hit you. I gotta hit you, man. Hold on.
Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Trey, you wildin'. But yeah, no, I feel you though. But that was I was just going on a tangent, but that was more succinct because it's true. Like I said, Trump is a racist, but Kodak Black saying that y'all eat people, that is worse, because there are some countries where they do be eating pets, cats, dogs and stuff. Don't take my word for it. They do it a lot in China. They do it a lot in Nigeria. I could even pull up this stuff right now if y'all want, but don't take my word for it. But he's even disrespecting his people, calling them these unruly, savage cannibals. That I can't pull up an article that talks about Haitian cannibalism. I can pull up articles that talks about various places that eat,
pets,
eat pet dog, bush meat and stuff. So yeah, that was extremely disrespectful, especially for someone, he'll fly a Haitian flag. See, what happens is when Kodak Black does a crime, see, that's FBA, that's African American. He's black. No, he's Haitian. So if he wins an award, he's Haitian. But then he does a crime and he's FBA. Hell no.
Right.
Nah. And that's what's been happening the whole time. Miami is known for the Zopound, the Jamaican shower posse. They came over here committing all that crime, and it just was, they black.
We got credit for it.
But then when they graduate, you don't get credit for that. If they start a business, you don't get credit for that. If they win an award in the Olympics, you don't get credit for that. But if they go do a drive-by, see, that's black culture, we got to clean it up. No, we need to see, oh man, look at his last name. This dude's name is Dikembe, you feel me? Dikembe Fati Matisse Matumbo. And it's like, come on, bruh. And then you start saying, oh, damn, this dude was from Sudan. But you ain't supposed to say that. Like,
His
no.
hairline ain't even good, and you know he ain't FBA, but you gonna say it on paper.
Yeah, those days are done, bruh. But let's get back into the video.
Of the fallout from this.
Yeah, I was sitting with my wife watching TV. So the thing is I remember this picture circulating around of Charlie Kirk. He was debating the incoming president of the Oxford Union, and they were all smiles and handshakes. And by the next day, this guy was saying the most insane rhetoric about how he basically had it coming. So how many of these leftists have murderous intent? When we show up to have a conversation with them. We show up to debate our views. We show up to in some way engage with them. How many of them have seething murderous intent behind their eyes? And they don't really want to do any of that. They really want you dead. And that is the biggest demonstration of that, by the way, in that one single picture. You have Anna Kasparian here, and she's talking about this. The Young Turks called Charlie Kirk a fascist how many times? The Young Turks played into this rhetoric how much? They went out of their way to do so. Rubin recently called him out for doing it. So I just hang on.
I've literally never. I don't even.
Oh my God. And this dude thinks he's cooking right now. And I don't like TYT because obviously Anna's there and Cenk Uygur is just a honorary white supremacist, right? With some agreeable views. But here he is saying, well, you guys called him a fascist. And this is where it gets extremely pathetic to me, because on the right, they're always saying, well, why are you guys chimping out over the N word? They should be able to call you nigga because it has an A, or even nigger because that's our word. And why are you letting a word control you? Then he's saying that, oh, because you guys were calling him a fascist, then this is what got him killed? Nah, y'all say personal responsibility all the time. So the alleged shooter should have had impulse control, and they should have practiced personal responsibility to not let a mean word trigger them. Most people don't even know what fascist mean. They'll throw it out there. They'll hear the term. You ask them what the definition is. They'll give you a definition that doesn't even make sense. So he's just throwing this out, and he's trying to imply that, hey, you guys cranked up the temperature by having this fascist rhetoric. So that's why this person did that. But on the flip side, Charlie Kirk did all of this stuff, where he said a bunch of anti-black stuff, where you don't think that can incite people to attack us? And then they'll try to say, oh, well, he just told the truth. And it's like, no, there's plenty of people that debunk this stuff. And mind you this too, right? Imagine if you was a football player, right? Would you go try to be like, I'm a professional football player, so who you gonna play against? The high schoolers, the college people? But you're a pro. Man, I'm a pro fighter. Hey, who you finna go fight? Man, I'm finna go fight these high schoolers. I'm finna go fight these dudes in college. But you're a pro. There's plenty of pros to fight. You notice how he was always debating a bunch of radical white people, but most of them were freshmen in college, and they brought
really
up.
didn't know too much. They really wasn't like well invested in what's going on. They just was going off of what people say at the lunch table in the cafeteria and shit.
So he gets to look like the intellectual big dog, but he's going over there against poodles, right? He's just he's a husky going against poodles. But then it's like, hey, there's some intellectual pit bulls over there. There's some Rottweilers over there. You're a big dog, right? You're a husky. You're bigger than that pit bull. You should be able to destroy it, but you don't want that smoke. He's looking for Chihuahuas. He's looking for Yorkies and saying, I'm a big dog, right? You're a pro. You're a professional debater, but you're fixated on debating high school and college kids. Like, come on, bro.
Hey, Jenks and political DJ Khaled.
Yeah, and he not the best.
I
Call
didn't
Trump
interrupt
a
you once.
fascist.
I didn't interrupt you once, lady.
But
You'll
you
have a
can't
chance
make
to
things
talk.
up about what I've said about
You
Charlie
can talk
Kirk.
when I'm done talking, like I was respectful enough to let you do. So the thing is like, yes, they do. This network does do that. And these leftists do that. And they set all the rhetoric up in the world to make sure something like this happened. And they were dancing.
You hear how they keep saying leftists? See, when they talk about Crips, they talk about Crips, and then they talk about it being a black gang, and then it turns into black fatherless in the homes, and then it turns into the black culture, and then it turns into black degeneracy. But when they keep saying the leftists, why don't they want to bring up race? See, I always say, okay, cool, the leftists. Who's in charge of the leftist movement? Who are the most prominent leftists and what race are they? Well, why do you got to make it about race? Well, you kept talking about gang violence and you were making that about race. But then suddenly when I'm asking about these mean old leftists, right? Because if they're black, hey, I will want to know. But they know that leftist, and when they say leftist and Democrat, is code for white. Just like how you said the other day when they talk about urban, it's a code for us. Gang violence code for us. DEI code for us. But when they're saying these lefties, these liberals, and all this stuff, they're talking about white people. But there is to be inherently obtuse, so they can say, well, black people could be leftist too. I wasn't only talking about white people. Yeah, you were. You know what I mean? Because if you were talking about black people, who are the prominent black leftists that you're talking about then? Right? My bad. I don't want to make the assumption. So please tell me, who are the prominent black leftists that you're talking about? And then it's crickets. But they can name a bunch of white leftists that they're talking about, because that's who you were talking about to begin with. Let's just stop playing these games.
Hey,
On the grave of
they're
this
gonna let
guy.
everybody go except Cornel West, and he's the only one that's probably the most astute or educated to actually give his thoughts on the situation. That's sad.
Yeah, because this is not about coming to agreement or unity. This is about clicks and views. And this is the issue that I have with Piers Morgan, because he's acting like he really wants unity and to bring people together. But all he does is just want to kind of milk this story. And that's why he brings on two anti-black stooges, Anna Kasparian. He brought her on for looks, because she's like the pretty little white girl on there who agrees with these anti-black stooges. And then Cornel West, as much as I do like him, they brought him on because he's going to be pushing that pacifist rhetoric where he's a Christian, brother Charlie Kirk, he's calling everybody brother and all this other type of stuff. That's why they'll bring him on. But they'll never bring on a Tariq Nasheed. Not that they don't know him. Like I said, hey, if y'all think he's a race baiter, y'all think he's low IQ, bring him on and destroy him. Bring him on and embarrass him. That will be, the views will be up. If Tariq was on Piers Morgan, you already know that the views would be up. So you have to ask, why is he not on there? And they always have these anti-black bozos, and they have people like Cornel West, who I do respect, but we already know he's part of the old guard. He ain't gonna say no inflammatory. Yeah, he ain't gonna be speaking like us, and that's why he's on there. He's not gonna challenge them in the way that I would like to see. And I'm not saying that he needs to, because we have different temperaments and different perspectives. But Piers knows exactly what he's doing with that. But let's commence.
He was even cold. I have tweets from Destiny which are insane. The leftists have gone off the reservation, and it's time for us to stop pretending that it's not their rhetoric which is leading to these types of assassinations, because it is. I don't want to hear about factions. All of you guys are doing this. All of you guys have the same type of rhetoric which leads to this, or the networks you work for do.
Well, Anna, let me let you respond to that before I bring Cornel
I've never called him. I have never called Charlie Kirk a fascist, number one. In fact, if anything, we have received a tremendous amount. I don't remember Trump. I don't remember Cenk calling Charlie Kirk a fascist. In fact, Cenk and I got into a debate about whether or not, hold on. I don't remember Cenk calling Charlie Kirk a fascist.
And he thinks this is you just don't recall, and he's laughing. Who gives a flying flip if he got called a fascist? See, this is the little whiny shit, and all the talking points that they use against us. You're being a victim. So what if someone called you a nigger? So what if someone called you affirmative action? So what if somebody called Charlie Kirk a fascist? Why are you being a victim? I know they were trying to say, oh, well, he's dead. He's not dead because someone called him a fascist on some podcast. And even if that was, that's not an excuse. Because what do they always say? Nobody can say rap music made me do it, right? Man, I heard the rap and this is what they was talking about in the rap music, and that's why I did it. They'll be like, no, that ain't gonna hold mustard. But with this, they want to say the podcast made me do it. TYT called him a fascist, and that's why someone assassinated Kirk. He has no proof of that. But once again, this is just to be put out into the ether and to go back and forth. You know, they're arguing over like an irrelevant point where he can't even prove this. This is just him supposedly standing up for Charlie Kirk and the right. But it's like, bruh, he's just another bozo. Let's commence though.
He called
Very
Trump a
evasive.
fascist, and he and I got into a debate about that. But to lump in everyone on the left together, I don't agree with Destiny on anything these days. Destiny is totally.
That is a fair point. He's lumping everybody in on the left, which that doesn't even mean anything. When they say left, they mean Democrat, but there's multiple factions in the Democrats, so not every Democrat person is left. But he's okay with lumping all black people together, lumping all lefties together. But then if I lump all racist right-wingers together, see, that's the problem with you guys being woke. You call everybody a racist. But he's calling everyone a leftist. He's calling everyone a radical leftist, in that you guys are the party of violence. He's lumping them all together. So I say same energy, same logic. That's fine that y'all want to paint all of us as thugged out monkeys. That's fine. Then I have to paint you guys as violent, corrupt pedos that occasionally like to do bestiality, that loves to fondle kids, that loves to go pillage, that loves to be, forcibly penetrating on people.
Cave dwelling troglodytes.
Yeah. Let's just, hey, we're used to being generalized, right? Travion, you seen it in the last thing. They were saying how much you were a victim. They were saying how low IQ you are. We're used to that. The thing is, they're not used to us turning that mirror and saying, you know what, I'll hold that. Maybe I am low IQ, right? And then you just fire back at with them with all the cave dwelling stuff. Now they'll call you racist. But you was just talk about my tiny Negro brain, and that was fine. But
it's fact though, because you can Google right now and go look at Airbnb, and there's white people putting caves on Airbnb. I mean, it's like when you
they were putting
put the mirror to them. It's like I don't know, like I don't know who want to Airbnb a cave, but
they were doing plantations on there too as well. They have plantations Airbnb. That's crazy work. It's mainly white people that go there too.
Unhinged in his rhetoric 100%. I have been critical of Charlie Kirk's political views, but going around referring to people as Nazis, turning the temperature up, I did not engage in that. So I just want you to at least be fair about what I've actually said about Charlie.
What's wrong with going around calling people Nazis? There's a bunch of people that are Nazis. Remember when Trump was in office? They had those neo-Nazis marching through talking about Jews will not replace us. And guess who got blamed for it? Black people. Just like same thing with Charlie Kirk.
There was neo-Nazis on Fig, I think, and the Hoovers came and ran them up out of there.
I did just see that too. So like I said, before, with the MLK rhetoric, like the dude I played earlier, he would have said love them, right? Remember what he was saying? Love the enemy and be nice to them. Everyone loves it when you're being nice to them. So while they're spitting on you and calling you a nigger, oh, is it raining? I'll be nice to you. Like, no, bruh, you come over here, you want the smoke, you might get smoked.
No actual reason for us to believe leftists at this point. It's very clear that while they come out with a handshake and wanting to have these conversations they claim, right? In reality, what they're doing is they have murderous intent, and they'll celebrate you the day that you die. The next day they'll go after you.
This is just another blueprint. Remember, Brendan?
The hypocrisy.
Shout out to bigoted Brendan. Remember yesterday?
Yeah.
He kept trying to frame us on the left. And you Democrats and you leftists, like when he was arguing with me on Twitter, he kept saying, and you on the effing left and you leftists. And he was just like foaming at the mouth to call me a lefty. I was like, bro, I'm not left. And the Democrats, I'm not a Democrat. And the radical left, I'm not a leftist. It's just like,
that's their talking points. That's the Charlie Kirk talking points. So that's what they, I honestly think Brendan was like, I think he was like, Charlie's so good at this, I think I could do it too. And then when he got on the panel, he just didn't know what to do. He was overwhelmed because, for whatever reason, but he thought he could just spew out whatever. And he was resorting to like what was all the cat lady and all that. Like, I mean, I don't know. I think she was, I didn't even think that was deserving, but I mean, it's free speech, right? But
well, one, he was drunk, and then once you lose in the argument,
Bud Light,
bro was toasted. Bro was on like the Hangover movie off the
Bud Light.
Hold on, to be fair, it was Miller Light.
It was light though.
You like the objective word, operative word is light.
I don't know, man. It's no. This is what I wanted to say before you started again. The hypocrisy that they're bringing up violence when the whole way this country was even founded and taken over, colonized, was by violence. That's the hypocrisy for me. It's like you of all people should not be talking about anybody's violence that they're committing when you have committed the most violence out of everybody.
Bro, we can never catch up to the numbers that they did. So even when they say, what about Chicago? If you combine Chicago, Seattle, Oakland, Baltimore, San Francisco, St. Louis, combine all of those,
and it still ain't going to like not even a drop in the bucket compared to
literally not going to be a drop, bro.
Yeah.
But they've convinced you to black on black crime and we killing ourselves and we doing all this. Yeah, there is a issue of crime. It's just over exaggerated because
they killing themselves too. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
Like that's our business. Like they try to make it seem like all the violence that black people's committing, white people are getting harmed. No, we know statistically that people harm the people that they are nearest to, right? Whether you're in white communities, Asian communities, or whatever community it is, right? So if there is black people being harmed, it's not your business. Just like Charlie Kirk being harmed was not our business because it was two white people that did it. My only question is, now that you know, because let's say that the dude that they say is the guy that did it isn't really the guy that did it and it was a professional shooter. I'm willing to bet $1,000 it was a white guy that did that too. You get what I'm saying? So since that's the case, in the far right, extremists is ready to go to war. What does your war look like? You get what I'm saying? What does the war look like? When they keep saying they, who, like, be specific in explaining who they is. That's what I want to hear, but I'm not hearing that from them. I'm just hearing when we have conversations with people, try to say we're left. You get what I'm saying? No, you're not about to put us in this group just because that's who you want to take your revenge out on. You get what I'm saying? It's like you know who the problem is, so go handle your problem. Why ain't Trump sent the National Guard to Utah?
Yeah, no, I agree. But let's play some more of the video.
Your wife, thousands of social media accounts going after her wife, or this guy's wife, after she made a speech about her poor husband. Yes, it is your side that's doing that. Like it or not, it's your side that's doing that. There's no equivalency between the right and the left on this. Yeah, okay, fine. You're not a leftist. I'm sorry. Are you on the left wing? Are you a Democrat? Are you more of a Democrat than you are a Republican? Do you move towards those types of issues?
I'm not a Democrat. I actually registered as an independent.
Fine. You register as an independent.
Come on, you gotta at least know what my views are if you're going to attack me.
All right, let me bring in. All right, let me bring in.
I've been attacked by the left over the last 3 years.
All right, let me bring in.
No.
Look.
I've been attacked by the left. No, let me just at least address that. I've been attacked viciously by leftists over the last 3 years because of the fact that I want to engage in this type of dialogue, because of the fact I was willing to sit down with Charlie Kirk and with Tucker Carlson and Ben Shapiro. I'm willing to have conversations, and I don't go around labeling people as fascist and racist and Nazis just because I disagree with them.
Just the organization you work for does?
At least understand what my political views are. Listen, I'm not going to be blamed for what everyone in that company has to say. Anyone in that company has to say.
The
I'm
head
an
of that
individual.
company?
We are supposed to judge people based on individuals. He did not.
So all this is a gotcha moment. And mind you, all this is about that they called him a fascist. They're not saying that, hey, you guys attacked Charlie Kirk. He has no accusations of anything except that, hey, you guys called him a fascist. So this type of inflammatory language led to him being shot. So it's a soft way to try to hold them responsible, but he's being cowardly and not trying to say that, hey, there's blood on your hands. He's just saying, you guys called him a fascist. Okay, big deal. That's not, you think that the dude who allegedly shot him was saying, man, thanks TYT for pointing out the fascists. Now I'll go and snipe them. Like, come on, get out of here with this little Scooby-Doo movie script.
Go around calling Charlie Kirk a fascist and a Nazi.
Saying that you don't have good reasoning skills. If it's the case that you think, oh my God,
you
can't be calling people Nazis. You can't be calling people Nazis while your boss does all the time.
Why are you making that up? You're just making it up. You're just making it up. We're all the same. That's how simple-minded.
You can call people nigger, but you can't call them Nazi. What are we talking about here?
Or fascist.
Yeah, come on, bruh. And this is the woke right where they don't believe in censorship. They believe in freedom of speech, and it's just a word. Why are you being triggered? If I call you a Nazi, it's just a word. Why are you being triggered? So get out of here with that, bruh.
You are. You're all the same. Okay, then everyone on the right is just like Dylan Roof.
All right. Let me bring in. I want to bring in Cornel West. I want to bring in Cornel West. He's been waiting. Please let Cornel come in now. He's been waiting very patiently. Cornel, welcome back to Uncensored, where things are getting incendiary quite quickly. I think the overriding point I would make about the debate we've just been hearing between Andrew and Anna is that there is little doubt to me.
Another thing, this is Piers Morgan Uncensored, so it's, kind of messy and, like a Jerry Springer type thing. But here this dude is, this is supposed to be a place of business, and he's on here smoking a cigarette. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't mind if it's on my type of panel, but this is supposed to be Piers Morgan professional journalism. And here this dude is smoking a cigarette. And just think if this was you. If this was you on Piers Morgan smoking anything, a cigarette.
Straight savages.
Exactly. And then this is the thing. Out here, weed is legal and cigarettes is legal. But if you smoke a weed, people will look at you like you're smoking fentanyl. And if you smoke a cigarette, it's just like, it's okay. But it's like, I'd rather smell some weed than cigarettes. But my point is, since he's smoking a cigarette, it's okay. But we already know if he was smoking a joint, it would be fine for him. But like I'm saying, if I was on this panel and I fire up a blunt, I guarantee that would be
you're gonna get ridiculed.
You're gonna get ridiculed in the comments. Piers might say something, but hey, I'm smoking some legal substance just like he's smoking a legal cigarette. I wouldn't do that as well because I also want you to focus on the intellect that I'm espousing versus this prop. So either he has low impulse control, like, bruh, the segment ain't that long, bruh. It's an hour or something. I mean, that is a long time, but like, imagine you went to a meeting, right? And I'm like, hey,
Elon did that. He was smoking big blunts in his meeting while he was having the lectures, and they ain't say nothing to him.
No, they were praising him, right? But then with us, like I said, if you smoke weed, it's associated with thuggery. but Elon's not a thug. Nah, some people may just need to take the edge off. Some people probably was working hard. They come home, unwind, and roll up a blunt. So there's always this demonization of weed, but him smoking this cigarette on this supposedly professional panel, that's okay. So I just thought I would point that out. Like, dude, you have no impulse control. You couldn't have waited until after the show to smoke this little stanky stoke. But let's go.
That the constant rhetoric on the left, the woke left, let me be specific to where I think a lot of the blame lies, ever since Donald Trump came into power in 2016, has been this relentless use of the phrases Hitler, Nazis, fascists about Trump and about Trump supporters. And the problem with constantly saying this as a group, as the woke left,
bruh, this is victimhood. If I've never heard it. You guys called us Hitler. You guys called us Nazi. Like, bruh, get the out of here. That's what I'm trying to say. But even still, it's just words. What did they say? Sticks and stones will break my bones. Words will never hurt me. That wasn't us who came up with this shit, but that's what they want to project to us. Why are you guys triggered off of words? Why are you triggered off a word? So all of this shit that they say to you, they turn around and trip. Stop being triggered off a nigger. It's just a word and you say it in rap songs. Okay, we're going to stop being triggered off of that. And then you call them anything. You say chink, you say wetback, you say gook, words that I don't use and don't condone. But if you even say that in a joking thing, well, why did you say that? I feel like it's a hate crime. Like, people just get super emotional and triggered over words that they telling you to not get triggered over. Nazi? Come on, bro. What people you know in America were being called Nazis and then they were lynched? When the Nazis were, when there was the World War II, the American soldiers weren't sitting with the blacks. Guess who they were sitting with? The damn Nazis. So I don't want to hear that Nazi is such a dirty word. There's a bunch of neo-Nazis. Did you know that they had an American Nazi party? Like, so why are we acting like Nazi is just a dirty word and you could never say it, and you call someone a Nazi and you're inciting violence? Calling someone a nigger is not inciting violence. Calling someone a Nazi is you're trying to get them killed. Man,
Hey, when the Nazis went into hiding, a bunch of them, the scientists and everything, came over here to America. That's how our so-called quote unquote space and rocket propulsion systems and all that stuff got to where it was, is because they fled from over there and decided to work for America. But when we call them Nazis, it's bad. Well, I don't understand it. Like, if you literally, like, if you're against it, why would you even work with the same people that you were supposed to be fighting against? It don't even make sense.
And Hitler was Times Man of the Year. Hitler even talked about him learning, many of his tactics from here. And yeah, that's like if I got a basketball move from you and then I added a little sauce to it, and it's like, hey, B, that's your move. Yeah, my move that I got from Travion. You know what I mean? Like, oh, Hitler is bad. Yeah, he's bad because he just took what y'all was doing and he took it to an extra level. And he really didn't take it to an extra level. It's just it's framed as him taking it to an extra level, right? Depending on whatever number that you say in the Holocaust, 6 million, 12 million.
What made him bad to the whole world is he did it to other white people. That's what made it bad.
No,
that's what made it bad.
Yeah. That's the only thing. But when you even just compare the numbers, even if you inflate the number, they say 6 million, let's inflate it and go to 12. That's still less than what happened into our Holocaust with.
It was barely 6 million, if that, and there was a lot of black people that died in that. So it's like,
and they don't even count that. And there was a lot of Nazis were mainly doing the experiments on black people, because that whole myth that we can't feel pain, we're subhuman, so we're there for the taking to experiment on. We went over to fight to save them. That gets marked out of history. How exactly. And like you said, the Nazis were extremely sophisticated. Where do you think that they were doing all these sophisticated experiments on? Who do you think they were doing them on?
And why do you think they were doing them? Why out of all the people to do experiments on, Why was they doing them on us and not nobody else? The people that's supposed to be the most inferior people is the ones you're looking for the super codes in people's DNA and all this stuff. You're looking for all the superhero abilities, the Marvel and DC comic, but you ain't looking for it with nobody else but us. That's crazy.
We're so dumb, but it's like
Crazy work.
Let's open up their tiny Negro brain, right?
Yeah.
And then our melanin is, so disgusting and abhorrent, but
that you trying to bottle it up and get us to give our organs and all this extra stuff, and you kidnapping people. You're doing all this stuff so you could have a Negro organ in your body to live longer.
Exactly.
But we're inferior.
Just like Get Out, and just like what they did with Henrietta Lex, where they were just using all of her cells. They were using her cells to heal people. They were selling her cells globally.
Her family just got paid not that long ago behind that.
Exactly. But let people tell it ain't no white supremacy. Slavery stopped a long time ago. You was never a slave. Why you still complaining? Stop being a victim. All the shit that happened to us, no other group would let it go. But with us, we supposed to let it go because it was so long ago. But it really wasn't so long ago. That's just all you got to do is just do your history. It never stopped. All it did was
ago at all. It wasn't at all. Like we literally could look back and reference family members that all these atrocities had actually happened to. If it was that long ago, we wouldn't even be able to know about it or been able to go that far back in time. You get what I'm saying? Like they don't understand. People don't understand. Like if how come the small hats get to remember their atrocities that was committed against them, but we and might I add, the whole world basically paid them for it. We got to forget our stuff, and we ain't got no retribution for it. No reparations, no nothing for it. It's just crazy. Everybody else on the planet that has anything, it could be in something that wasn't even that big of a deal. You get what I'm saying? What was it? The Japanese was put in internment camps for what? A few months, and they got paid.
Exactly. Bro, I just told you, Anna Kasparian is Armenian. There was an Armenian genocide. Armenia is not our America.
Ain't got nothing to do with America.
And they paid them reparations. They let them be refugees, and they let them be white. They said, yeah, all right, y'all can be white. Just like they just, to buffer their numbers. And then all these people come over and assimilate. Italians wasn't white. They were calling them guineas, saying that they were African, essentially saying that they were black. Irish, they were calling them white niggers.
Yep, Irish niggers.
Yep. So it's like all of these people, they were like, no, we're not like the niggers. So they did all this stuff to assimilate. Mexicans, they legally fought for the right to be white. They said, they talked about how offensive it was to not call them white.
Their leader of their Latino whatever, I forgot what it was called. Yeah, Lulac or whatever. He said some very horrific things. The fact that he said the things that he said in what was it in the 50s or whatever,
the 60s, the 60s and the 60s, 70s, and that was the height of the civil rights. He said there were multiple ones. They all picked it up. He said, I don't want to ally with the Negro. One of them said, yeah, and I'm paraphrasing this one, but yeah, the Negro has had it bad, but that's not our problem. Like they were just going on and on talking about
they lobby to be white.
Exactly. And even the segregation that they
in the 50s and 60s on there, it's like if you look at their,
it's on their website now.
Yeah, if you look at it, it's still there. But then they try to say stuff like, "Oh, Puerto Ricans help with hip hop." How when y'all was calling it monkey music?
Exactly. And on top of that, they didn't, bruh. And this is why I lost all respect for Fat Joe, because he was saying, man, we started at 50-50. And this is why I even lost a little bit of respect for Jada, who's one of my favorite artists of all time. But the fact that he even did this podcast with them, but Fat Joe came out on the podcast and said his dad told him, hey man, you ain't gonna make it in this thing. He was like, man, We Puerto Rican, we don't do that. That's the black thing. Is like, man, that's not your thing. You know what I mean?
He contradicted himself right there, though.
So that's what I'm trying to say. If you
Just
knew
to
that
say
your
your dad
daddy,
said that. Just to say your dad said that means that you wasn't around, like you say you was.
no, but what I'm saying is he said this after he had made that claim of 50-50. So he
Exactly.
already knew that it was a lie. But the thing is, this is what other groups have been trying to do. They've been trying to test us. Oh man, they've been letting us say a nigga for so long. Who gonna stop me? Now you see you OT the Mexican OT and all this stuff where it's like, yeah, I'm gonna say nigga. Who gonna stop me? And then, they try to come back and apologize. It's like, okay, see, now you trying to test somebody. You
Say
feel
that
me?
shit on the internet. It's a different story when we get to that face to face where that chinny chin chins is confiscatable.
And this is a thing. If you clip somebody on the chin, they gonna say, see, Trey, it's just a word. You got low impulse control. Nah.
Like and you got a weak chin. It's just some fist,
It's just a jab.
nigga.
Bro, that's ill, bro. Hey, look over him. You feel me? It was just a cross. Hey, I feel you on that, bro. So I like I said, I'm pushing the all slurs matter. Hey, we can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. So since y'all are so obsessed with the N word, I'm not just gonna let that be. I'm not gonna let that slur reign supreme. All slurs matter.
We're gonna let them all fly now. If that's the case,
Exactly. That's
Charlie Kirk talking about these people talking about we about to turn up. Well, damn it, let's turn up then. You know we the original turn ups. That's why they say our music too loud when we drive down the street. Like, stop playing.
exactly. But see that they don't want that. They don't want us talking like that. So I'm like, bro, just like I said, if you want the smoke, you will get smoked. So just chill out.
Have done for 9 years now is that eventually it permeates down to young impressionable minds who genuinely believe that it is their mission to stop America from being taken over by the new Nazis or the new fascists or the new Hitler. And that leads to the kind of thing we saw with Charlie Kirk. Do you agree that this language, this relentless, in my view, woeful misuse, particularly of the word Nazi, towards Trump and his supporters, this is part of the problem?
Well, I think part of the deeper problem, though, Brother Pierce, is that the organized greed and weaponized hatred and routinized indifference toward the vulnerable has come together in such a way that it has eroded the sources of character formation, so that integrity, honesty, decency, and self-critical sensibilities of individuals and groups is more and more disappearing. So you end up with because hatred itself is promiscuous, just like greed, just like indifference toward the suffering of others. It's promiscuous. It will lie with the left, right, center. It lies with Christians. It lies with Muslims. It lies with Jews. It lies with Buddhists. It lies with Hindus. And human beings.
You see why Cornel West is on there? I mean, and salute to the brother. Like,
point of view.
Correct. So he's going to come from this pacifist, love everybody, turn the other cheek. And he will say some strong, harsh language, but it's going to be followed by, and brother, and we need to love everybody and our Christian brothers. And so it's like, bruh, like, I'm not trying to hear all that right now. Yeah, exactly. So he's going to be on more of the I have a dream stuff, more so than I believe that I integrated my people into a burning building. And that's kind of my issue with Cornel West, is that he pushes closer towards that pacifist stuff, which I get it. You do need that balance of love, and I ain't trying to push hate, but I am pushing progression. And him over here just saying these little nice, polite language to these bigots, it doesn't move the needle. But we'll see coming up.
We're so wretched in the first place. If we don't undergo some kind of spiritual and moral cultivation, we end up falling back on greed and hatred and indifference. And I mean, the American empire at this moment is one in which the lethal combination of the hatred.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words
and the greed and the indifference generates very much the exchange that we just saw. You see, this brother right here says, well, all leftists want to see me dead. Well, I'm a leftist. I don't want to see you dead. I'm a Christian.
You called Trump's administration a neo-fascist movement, you lunatic. You people have gone out
You're
of
absolutely
your way.
right.
You have gone out of your way.
Let me make the
to
case.
do everything.
So, did you hear that he called Anna? Hey, lady, you called Charlie Kirk a fascist.
He's a lunatic.
You see what I'm saying? That's the little subtle stuff too. He didn't have to call her a lady.
I love you. I don't want to see you dead. I'm a Christian, but he's a lunatic. That's the crazy that I don't know, man.
This is why I can't rock with. I mean, I'm not saying like I respect Cornel West and I'm just saying I can't rock with this ideology, because this person is over here calling you a lunatic, and then you're still talking about loving. And remember that but remember that dweeb earlier from the debate? Remember he was saying everyone wants them to be nice. Do you think wasn't Cornel West as nice as it could be? And he's still getting called a lunatic, and this dude is about to crash out on him. Everyone love thy enemy. This is what the left is about. Who do you think has more left bona fides? That dude Zed Jabroni or Cornel West? Cornel West was extremely polite, extremely respectful, and he still gets called a lunatic, and he's about to get attacked for calling Trump a neo-fascist. This is about Charlie Kirk. This isn't about Trump, but they're so triggered on that word fascist. But so, like I said,
because that's code word for white people that's Nazis. That's what it's code word for. Just like when they say when they say gang violence, that's code for black people, or suburban communities, that's code for black people. You say fascist, same thing. They know that's directed specifically for them, and they can't take it because it's aligned with the atrocities that happen to the small hats.
And we're going to have to like make a song called Fascist, because that's what they say. We're only calling you guys nigger or saying nigga because y'all say it in raps all the time. They say bitch a lot in rap. You don't go around calling people bitch. You feel me? So maybe we got to make a song called Fascist and then just play it on repeat. So now when we
vampire.
No, I think fascist is appropriate because this is the word that they're triggered off of, right? So then I'm gonna use that same excuse. Hey, people been saying fascist a lot in rap music, and that's why we calling y'all that. You know what I mean? Because the only word that seems to be fair game is the N word.
Yeah, that fast it do strike a chord with him every time though. Like like this guy came. Just say fascist at the. You can say something polite. Say fascist at the end of it. You gonna be Hitler.
Yeah, I was gonna say they gonna blame you for Charlie getting smacked, but let's commence.
Let me make the case. Let me make the case. Oh, yeah, will you allow me to speak, brother? Come on, man. Come on. No. You haven't made the case. If you think I've made the case, then you're not understanding dialogue.
You just said this brother over here said this.
You're very, very different than brother Charlie, man. You're very different than Charlie, though, man. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
and I can make the case for that
people
too.
like you that got that man killed, sir.
No.
You see what I'm saying? First of all, you're very different than brother Charlie. Charlie wasn't going around calling Cornel West or anyone else brother. And when he did call them brother, he would be like, yeah, brother, in 1350, and yeah, brother, blacks are DEI. So I'm not with that whole brother shit because it's extremely disingenuous. And then if we're not brothers, then I get it. Sometimes, you say bro, and bro is short for that, but it's like, let me correct, we're not bros. You know what I mean? Whether you say dude or man or something like that, but don't say bro, because there's nothing endearing about the relationship. But yeah, this dude, he's already jumping in. Nobody was talking to him, but he's trying to make this gotcha moment about him. Where is Piers Morgan, right? Piers Morgan could moderate. Piers Morgan could mute mics and reset the room, but this is what he wants.
He don't got no dog in the fight, though. He's from the UK. He just want Americans, whether they black or white, to show their ass so he can get paid off it.
Exactly. And that's all it is. And we understand that. But if you lay that out like that, Piers Morgan will deny that. And my thing is, if he was like, yeah, well, you guys are on to me. I mean, y'all still watching. I would respect him. I would respect him, but no, he tries to act like he's just doing, the Lord's work or something. And that's what I don't like about Piers Morgan. But see, Cornel West, you see how Cornel West is getting all angry now, but this is the energy he should have led with because it's inevitable. These people hate
should have had that energy.
Yeah, because these people hate his guts, and he tried to come in with his polite brother Christian stuff, and the dude straight up within he didn't even let him finish his rant, and he called him a lunatic.
So it don't even hit the same when you be all nice to somebody, and then now that they done disrespected you royally, now you want to act like you ready to snake up on them. No, you should have.
Yeah.
You already knew he was the enemy, man. You're supposed to come with the chop wop through the door.
That's what I'm trying to say. So now, like you said, me and you, we would have came in with that thing out fully. Well,
get down or lay down.
So we would have came with the thing out in reach. We ain't gonna aim it, but it's in reach and it's loaded and it's ready to rock. Cornel West got his firearm in the car. You can't be like
in the trunk.
You
with
can't
the
be like
in the glove compartment.
You can't be like, hey, hold up, I'm gonna go get this and then I'm gonna come see you now. Now, because on your way to go get that, I'm already popping shots off at you. Plus, you look really weak where you got to go to the trunk to get yours when somebody already got their thing fully loaded, aimed at you. See, he's aiming his thing at him, and Cornel West is getting mad. And my thing is in the car too. Yeah, bro, you already got to hold this L because you were trying to be nice, and he already had that thing aimed at you with the red dot, and you trying to just pipe up and go to the trunk. I ain't never scared. You trying to turn into Bone Crusher, and you kind of look like Bone Crusher a little bit too. But
after the Ozempic,
yeah, like come on, Brozempic, let's rock.
No. There are such a thing as neo-fascists. But Pierce, why you have a brother on who's not gonna allow nobody to speak, man? We just wasting time. If all you're interested in is making your money, and you bring this brother on it, and nobody can say a word, and we can't even mourn Brother Charlie passing. I had dialogues with Brother Charlie. This brother's going to say, oh, this kumbaya and so forth. No, Charlie was made in the image of a loving and mighty God. I believe that. I say my prayers for Sister Erica and the kids, because this brother wants to trash my Christian sensibility, and look at him laughing now. It's a joke, man. Pierce, it's not worth it.
Is Charlie Kirk part of the neo-fascist movement?
Not with this brother.
Is he part of your neo-fascist movement?
Not with this brother.
Yeah.
When Charlie himself says that he is against Civil Rights Act, does that make him a proponent of Jim Crow? When he calls Martin Luther King Jr. an awful human being and a scumbag? I'm critical of that. I am critical of that. You're absolutely right, brother.
And see, this is what I call intellectual cowardice, but also intellectual incompetence. There it is. What the hell is there? See, now you're just expected to assume and speculate what he meant by the there it is. And then when you make an assumption, hey, that's not what I said. Did I say that? You don't know what I meant. All I said was there it is. all I said was there it is. Yeah, but what did you mean by that? So it's up for interpretation. You make your own interpretation. That's not what I said. So this is this cowardice type of stuff that I don't even know why anyone would follow this dweeb, where he's seems like he's making a point, but all
That's
he's
why I
saying is
said.
there it is.
That's why I said. I want him to clarify who they is. He keeps saying the left, the left, the left. Nah, put a name on it. When you send this envelope, put a name on it so we know exactly who you talking about. They. So this so-called war you want with yourselves, like we trying to see who you got your sights pointed on. You get what I'm saying? Is the they you? Because I mean, the they seem more like them to me.
The they is them, but they don't want to try to say that, hey, we're going against each other and it's going to be white on white crime. That's why they have to say the lefties, the liberals, the woke right, the woke left, the progressives. They have to say all of these terms that is a euphemism for white. But by them just saying lefty, they can say lefty and attack other whites, but then they'll still bring up George Floyd. So it makes it seem like it's not white on white. So now it's whites fighting whites, but they're still spitting on George Floyd's grave. And just that little
In the process.
Yeah, that little bit of derailment on George Floyd is like the red meat, so that they don't get to, you know what I mean? Like so now there was like a young Ukrainian chick that got killed on the train. So you know what I mean? I'm sure you heard about that.
Yeah, I heard about it.
So they're making that the thing right now. But what the hell does that have to do with Charlie Kirk? Right? But they can always tap into that well. We shouldn't have to live like that. The violent thugs. And then, so while they're fighting with each other, their fighting with each other doesn't seem as magnitude because they always have a black boogeyman. So always say this: when Russians come over here, guess what they are? White. Ukrainians come over here, guess what they are? White. Russians and Ukrainians right now is fighting a war, slaughtering people.
Or white on white crime.
More white on white crime.
But why is nuclear war about to be involved? Because white on white crime is going on. If black people is the worst people in the world and we the most violent, why is the world about to blow up because of white people having issues?
And not only that, like I said, if you combine Chicago, Seattle, Oakland, San Francisco, St. Louis, Baltimore, and just keep Detroit, keep doing down the list, all of those combined over like the past 20 plus years don't even equal up to what the Ukrainians and there's been hundreds of thousands, multiple hundreds of thousands of deaths in this, whites slaughtering other whites to the tune of 100,000. But they want to keep telling you, what about Chicago? You see what I'm saying? So these whites killing each other is not white culture. Some random drunk, poor, low IQ thug in Chicago that did a random drive-by that black people had nothing to do with and didn't sanction. Somehow that's black culture. But whites knowingly, involuntarily slaughtering each other in a war, that has nothing to do with their culture.
They could have fixed that problem with Chicago a long time ago by giving them some money instead of sending it to Ukraine 4 or 5 years ago. You know what I'm
They
saying?
already know that. But the thing is, if they fix the problem, there's nothing to complain about. It's just like that's why doctors prefer to treat you than give you a cure. If I give you a cure, you're done. You don't need to come back. But if I keep treating you, then you have to keep coming back and back and back and back.
The symptoms, not the sickness.
Exactly. So they don't want to cure that problem. If they cure the crime problem, then guess what? You know what? We should probably do some layoffs from the police because the city is safe. We don't need that many police. And you know what? We should probably cut the police budget, i.e. defund the police, because why do y'all need all this money? We can direct the money somewhere else because it's not that much crime. So that's why they try to keep inflating the crime. And that's why when they get the allocation for crime, they focus on arrest records, not conviction, because they can always inflate the arrest records. Like right now, if there was a drive-by, right, and it was 10 of us, they can arrest all 10 of us, and it's most likely will be 10 black people. So it's going to show that 10 black people got arrested, but only maybe one person did that crime. So one person got convicted, 10 people got arrested.
And the media is going to give you the impression that 10 black teens or whatever or were committing crimes when there wasn't even anything close to the truth.
And that's how people fall into it. And that's why they specifically focus on arrest records. How many times have you seen a roundup where they didn't brought in like 20 people and they be like, see, look at all those blacks. They brought them in 20 people. They arrested them, but they couldn't hold them. So out of the 20, only 2 of them end up getting convicted. Do you think they're going to say 2 blacks convicted or 20 blacks arrested?
You know, it's crazy. I don't mean to cut you off. I was just thinking about it. Excuse me. When they try to divert and they bring up the Epstein files and stuff, you get what I'm saying? They bring up human trafficking. This whole country was built off of human trafficking, but they worried about Epstein. And then it all reverts back to race again, because we're the ones that suffered. We're the ones that are descendants of the people that got human trafficked and all the stuff. And but they don't want to shed light on that stuff because that's their history, And so it's just weird how even right now you got 3, like the one white dude, he hasn't even spoken yet, but you got 3 white people up there, and more than likely when the 3rd white dude does end up speaking, he's gonna say something a little light on behalf of Charlie Kirk too. So it's just crazy.
Crazy, but yeah, predictable. Let's get back into it.
Brother Wilson, you're absolutely right. But if all you're going to do is be arrogant, you're arrogant just like the so-called leftists you're talking about. But Pierce, you making your money, brother. Go on and make your money, man.
It's not about making.
Not worth it.
Cornell,
this brother
it's
right
not about
here
making
is
money.
part of the problem. This other brother who has a deep connection to Charlie.
Pierce, stop lying. It's not about making money, bro. You ain't doing this shit for charity. Stop playing.
Yeah, it's all about the money.
He's willing to at least listen, but this brother's not willing to listen.
Cornell, can you sit down? I would like you to remain part of the debate.
This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. He's smoking his cigarettes with his arrogant self. Come on, man. We don't have enough dialogue at all.
Surely you're not going to walk out in a debate
Why
about
don't you cry
dialogue.
more?
Go on and make your money, man.
What did you say, bro?
I was saying, as long as it took him to actually walk off, he really didn't want to walk off. So why even get up? Like, sit there and state your case, because
it's kind of farcical to quit a debate when we're literally debating about.
And that's what I'm trying to say. That's why I can't always rock with Cornel West. The energy that he had when he left was the energy he was supposed to come in with. If he had came in with that energy, he would have already known who these anti-black acolytes that he is with on the panel. And he
read the room,
read the room so you can address them with the energy accordingly. He already knows when he's saying, Piers, man, I ain't you trying to make your money. Yeah, you already know that. So since you know that Piers is trying to make his money, these anti-black fools is on here just trying to get a viral clip. You got to come in there with your thing loaded. Why is you leaving your thing in the trunk? And now he's saying, now he's leaving, right? He's storming out, and now he ain't even going to the trunk to get his thing. He
should have came in like Malcolm X.
He's leaving. He had his thing in the car, and now he's leaving. So he's not even going to get his thing and come back. But that's on you. Remember the no lacking challenge?
He's ducking the fade. That's what it is.
And so this does look weak on his part. I get why he's doing it, because this is going nowhere. Both of these dudes are anti-black. No matter how much he preaches and says that Christian stuff, they are not buying it. They still think that he's a lunatic. So be the lunatic that they think they are, but you just dismantle them intellectually. The fact that you just seem like kind of unhinged, that it's like, this did seem like he was just a bit overly emotional, but I don't think that is the perspective that people should have. I think he just became intolerant. Like, you know what? I'm too old. You know how people say, man, I'm too old for this. This dude's playing. He's trolling. He's smoking cigarettes. I'm out of here. I get that. I think that is a valid way to feel, but just me personally, I would have thought that, but I just would have stayed there and just destroyed dude, because this dude didn't have anything to say. Look at all what he said. He's smoking a cigarette and saying, Anna, you called him a fascist, and Cornell, you called Trump a neo-fascist. That's all literally all he said.
He knew what type of smoke was gonna be there when he walked through the door. Like, this ain't the first time he been on Piers Morgan. You know, the fact that he came unprepared is, I don't know, man. It was just a stunt to me. That's what it seemed
And
like.
this is why I'm trying to say I can't rock with this pacifist thing where it's like you pacifist and then you trying to turn it's kind of like you know how like Debo is right in front of you and then he rolls off and it's like, you know, why
you got mind control over me. I shut up when he around, but when he leave, I be talking again.
This kind of reminds me of a little bit like that, like you trying to turn up and you trying to like boss up, but it's like, bruh, once he called you a lunatic, that you should have took the
fired
gloves
off right
off.
then and there. Yeah, like get off where you pissed off.
Yeah,
don't let him keep disrespecting you. Now you want to storm off.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, bruh, don't storm off. He should have stayed there and turned up. Instead, he was like, no. He should have turned his TV off.
That black pick with the fist should have been in your afro when you walked in that mud. You know,
he should have turned the bro TV off. but let's commence. It gets a little bit more spicier, but we ain't gonna be here too much longer. I'm gonna play a little bit more of this. Just look at this clown's face. You already know he about to say something stupid.
Speech and being able to listen to each other's opinions, which seems to me completely insane. Anyway, we've lost Cornel West for now. Maybe we'll get him back. Well, Andrew Wilson referred to Destiny's insane tweets a little earlier, which were disavowed by Anna Kasparian. Well, Destiny joins us now. Destiny, you've been quite active on social media since Charlie Kirk's death. When Erica Kirk posted Charlie's coffin, you responded, she tagged him, brackets, crying face emojis. In response to Alina Haber's tweet ordering people to fly their flags a half-mast in memory of Charlie.
So this white dude who is anti-black as well, but I think he's probably the least anti-black. But I think his name is Stephen Bonnell or something, but he goes by the name of Destiny. And he has been like extremely, let's say, inflammatory and offensive. He's damn near been kind of almost doing the cheering on of Charlie Kirk. So they gonna get into that. If you can see it right now. Somebody says flags were ordered to be lowered by the president of the United States. Lower your flags, which I don't agree with. They talking about lower your flags at half staff to honor Charlie Kirk. And Destiny says burying flags and poles just to fly them fully erect. Now that just seems like a little corny, trollish thing. But Piers and all of these bigots on the panel are triggered. How could you say that? He was killed. He had a family. Like, this seems extremely mild. Bro, the stuff I be getting called on Twitter every day. But because he typed this, they think she's just like the devil incarnate. But
we feel so desensitized. They don't realize just by their hand alone. Let's take what we've done to ourselves, like on the violence scale, just by their hand alone through the years and through the generations. We've been desensitized to all of the horrific things that people in our children, our mothers, our sisters, daughters, you know, fathers, we've all seen some type of something that was on some in more than one way, probably worse than what people actually seen on you know, when Charlie Kirk lost his life. So the when you add the desensitizing, you know, and the trauma that we've already been through ourselves, on top of the things that the inflammatory things that he said, you can't expect us to really give a care. Like it, you know, like you said before, man, people die every day, B. That's really the sentiment that a lot of people is having, because everybody else is shook by it, because they want to act like they're not the violent ones. You know, but we've had to deal with it firsthand by in our own communities and by way of them systematically. And, you know, it's just something that they're going to have to come to terms with, because I honestly don't think it's about to stop for them. I think what they got in store for them for the next 1,000 years is probably going to be something along the lines of this, but it's going to get worse and worse and worse. So
I agree.
You posted on X buying flags and poles just to fly them fully erect. And you then posted yesterday, ending every conservative debate call out I'd do in 2026 with "Don't dodge, bro. That's not what Charlie would have wanted." I mean, do you think that your response to the cold-blooded murder of Charlie Kirk has been appropriate?
Those tweets were hella mild compared, like you said, and this is not an oppression Olympics, but I know people like that video was horrific of Charlie Kirk. I've seen videos that were more horrific than that. This tweet was insensitive. I've seen more racist, bigoted, offensive tweets than what they're crying and whining about. And these dudes always rail against victimhood, but that's all I'm hearing is a bunch of whiny victims. You guys called him a fascist. It's your fault. It's just whining back and forth. Like, man,
why didn't I say so?
Bruh, grow a set, man. These dudes is insufferable with they whining, bruh.
Yes. I think that the only way this country moves forward into a better world is when conservatives can finally realize that they need to turn the temperature down on their side. We are 10 years into whatever this Trump madness is, and there is not a single mainstream conservative that will call for a lowering of the temperature on their side. I think that liberals need to wake up and finally realize that if they're not willing to do it, it will never come down. If you wanted Charlie Kirk to be alive, Donald Trump shouldn't have been president for the second term. Every time he's in office, this happens. People joked about when Biden came in, it was so boring, nothing was going on. 7 out of 10 of the largest protests in American history have happened under Donald Trump. All of the recent political violence that's happened in this country over the past 20 years, the majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it, everybody gets mad because they keep asking Grok about it, has been conservative.
Who shot Charlie Kirk?
A guy from Utah who was raised in a Christian family, who was a 22-year-old
guy
white
described
dude. He wasn't trans. He didn't have
Destiny.
a trans girlfriend. He didn't have any trans
Right.
influences. He didn't have any trans bullets. Yeah, I'm sorry, you guys were wrong on all of that.
To be clear, the governor of Utah, Spencer Cox, has made it clear that.
Repeat that statement.
I say, you see how Pierce Morgan was trying to flip it because the dude on the end, he was actually like what he's saying right now.
He was cooking him.
Spot on. Yeah, he's spot on. And it's like even the dude that keeps smoking the cigarettes, he got to gather his thoughts, because what he's saying is like, you know, it's the same thing that we saying, but because we're the ones that they really want to take their anger out on, well, that's why they keep saying the left. You know, it don't sound so good coming from him, but that bullet coming from who it came from don't feel too good either. You know,
and that's why he pointed out, and he was laying all this stuff out, which Pierce couldn't refute. It's like, hey, it doesn't matter if you love Trump, you MAGA, you a Trump supporter. What dude was just saying was true. All of this political violence and stuff is happening under Trump. They want to like blame Joe Biden, who I have my issues with. Joe Biden was a stumbling, bumbling fool who opened up the borders. He let open borders at a historic rate to basically completely decimate and disenfranchise the Black community, but also make his donors happy. However, there wasn't all of this political violence. It was anti-Blackness that happens under every president. So you, like I said, we're used to this, but the woke right, they want to act like, hey, well, you know, it's just the left with the political violence. And this dude is pointing out like, actually, most of that political violence is happening under Trump and by right wingers. So when they're saying, oh, the left is calling him a fascist, But yeah, the left is calling him a fascist on podcasts. Meanwhile, you got this dude who's raised from a MAGA family, the alleged shooter, who was conservative, grew up in a 2-parent home, and he committed some white on white violence, and one of the most heinous crimes in U.S. history is what they're purporting it to be. So
in white Africa, of all places.
Yeah, so it's like, man, while y'all over here worried about Tyrone, y'all should have been worried about Tyler. But let's commit.
Their investigation has now established that he had been radicalized by a leftist ideology, which drove him to do this. That's just
I'm sorry, excuse me, when?
Yesterday, he said that.
No. When was he radicalized? In the 6 months that he did?
And he's saying this governor said that. Yes, there's some right-wing governor that said that. That hasn't been proved. And Piers Morgan knows this. That's why he's just putting this out there. And remember, I was telling you earlier, if I go on the block and just say, oh, Travion is a snitch, and then if you don't say anything back, you just gonna be a snitch. So Piers Morgan is just saying this.
Travion's not a snitch. No, I'm just playing.
Yeah. That and for people who don't know, that was a hypothetical scenario. Travion is not a snitch, and if he was a snitch, he wouldn't be on this panel with me. He'd be with 6ix9ine and Gunna somewhere.
Young Thuggery.
Yeah, he'd be part of the new slime gang, but since I already know he passed the paperwork check.
YSTL.
Since he passed the paperwork check, then he's good. But let's get back into it.
Remote college?
I don't know when he was radicalized, but I do know.
What you just said is not true. The recent political violence that's happened in this country over the past 20 years, the majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it, everybody gets mad because they keep asking Grok about it, has been conservative.
Who shot Charlie Kirk?
A guy from Utah who was raised in a Christian family, who was a 22-year-old
guy
white
described
dude. He wasn't
Destiny.
trans. He didn't have a trans girlfriend. He didn't have any trans influences. He didn't have any trans bullets. Yeah, I'm sorry, you guys were wrong on all of that.
To be clear, the governor of Utah, Spencer Cox, has made it clear that their investigation has now established that he had been radicalized by a leftist ideology, which drove him to do this. That's just
I'm sorry, excuse me, when?
Yesterday, he said that.
No. When was he radicalized? In the 6 months that he did remote college?
I don't know when he was radicalized, but I do know.
I
do know the very reasonable sounding governor of Utah has made.
I said that was convenient.
And that's what I'm saying. This is what Piers Morgan likes to do. And this is what I was calling about Brendan last night. He'll say one thing where it's like, yeah, I agree with that. And then he'll follow it up with some lies. I'm like, come on, bruh. Stop with these half truths or how you're trying to like kind of spin certain things. Like I said, most of these narratives is all on framing. So they're trying to frame things in a certain way to make it sound very advantageous to their point, or, you know, to try to appeal to a specific audience. But it's like, a lie by omission is still a lie. Like if you know there's more facts that you should be saying, but you're purposely withholding the facts because you know it could sway someone's opinion to be against your talking point or your perspective. Yeah, to me that's a lie, bruh. But let's commence.
No, it's not true.
That the
he hasn't made it
you may
clear.
not want to hear
this is
this.
an ongoing investigation.
You may not want to hear it, Destiny. But the reality is the investigators, according to the governor of Utah, have established that he was radicalized to a leftist ideology that drove him to murder Charlie Kirk. Now, let me just ask you.
That's not true.
Let me just
There's
ask
no
you.
way to deal with it.
Okay,
you're living in a
accusing the governor of lying.
Yeah.
That's your prerogative. But if it turns out to have been somebody with a leftist ideology who wanted to shut up Charlie Kirk, would you condemn that?
If you qualify for Medicare and Medi-Cal, Kaiser Permanente has a plan for you with extra perks, including a dedicated care.
So this ain't YouTube Premium, so of course there's some ads, and Kaiser Permanente. Damn, man, he got all of these ads on this thing. Hold on, man. I can't even skip this one yet.
of the United States can go on air and say, all of us need to calm down.
So
The
you
fact
won't
that he
condemn
can go
the
on
murder of
Fox and
Charlie
Friends-
Kirk until Donald Trump says
Here's-
something.
I'm a YouTuber. Leftists and Democrats have been condemning and turning down the temperature, condemning violence, turning down the temperature for a decade. Donald Trump can't go on TV and say, all of us need to calm down.
Right.
Can you tell me why he cannot?
Why
tell
would you
his
expect
side to
anybody,
calm down?
Destiny?
You can't answer that. Can you answer that question? Why can't
Can
Trump
you
go on
answer
TV
this
and say,
question?
all of us should be less violent?
Why do you
can't
think-
Trump say that?
why do you
Why
think-
is your
Trump say that?
behavior
I feel like
contingent
I'm
on Donald Trump?
insane right now.
Why
do you
is
think-
your
no, let me
behavior
ask a
contingent
question.
on Donald Trump?
Let me
Why
ask
is
a
that?
question.
Because he's the president of the United States of America.
White on white violence. You see how unhinged this is? See, usually this is just like a black panel of people yelling back at each other, and they be like, see, blacks, you guys can't get together. If you wipe out all the blacks, take out all the FBAs, this is what this country would be devolving into.
And then
White
they'd
on white.
unalive themselves.
Could you repeat that?
I said then they would unalive themselves. If we weren't in the picture, their demise would still be prevalent because they wouldn't have us to try. They think they are using us as punching bags, but them days is long gone over.
Exactly. And now it's going to pose straight of a dilemma to them because they've opened the borders because they let all these illegal immigrants in because they're the buffer class, and many of them are subservient and assimilate. But yeah, there's a lot of these immigrants now that are talking about death to America, and they ain't trying to assimilate. They like, well, shit, why do I need to learn English when most of my area is Hispanic and they all speak Spanish? Or I live in Chinatown, we speak Mandarin over here. Why do I need to learn English? And now they're trying to say, and you guys need to learn English. Like, yeah, you guys should have been telling them that to begin with. Instead, y'all let them in the country 30, 40 years saying that we have no official language. And now Trump is trying to say, well, English is the official language. Well, that's always what it's been, but y'all wouldn't codify that in law because y'all wanted to have all these model minorities. But now the buffer group is doing better than some of these poor whites, and many of them are not trying to assimilate. So now that's their only issue. Like, they don't mind having these tethers and having these anchor babies in as long as they stay in their place of the model minority. But many of them are trying to challenge them, and they're softly challenge them, but they're trying to challenge them for power. And a lot of it is because they know their birth rates are declining. So they're trying to say, oh, it's a white genocide. No, nobody is stopping you from not having babies or from you to not getting with your white women. Y'all keep trying to fetishize these Asians, so now you're wiping out your bloodline. Then a lot of these snow bunnies, they want some of the soul pole, so that's also wiping out your bloodline. But then you keep saying we live in a colorblind society and we're all American, so you shouldn't trip off all of these people that's coming in the country, right? Go ahead, Trey.
Yeah, I just think it's really, really weird that even a person that might not be of the Negroid persuasion, but they have just as dark as a skin tone, damn near, can pick up the mantle or the title as white, and they can claim to be white on paper, but for some reason there's this big thing against, like, we're not trying to be white in the first place on paper. That never was something that we wanted to be, but it is, there's so much animosity and disdain for us that if it was really about the color of our skin, anybody with brown skin wouldn't even be able to be classified white. It's just mind boggling how much hate there is for us.
Yes, because Kamala Harris, her mom, who was Indian, and she passed away some time ago. But shit, she was probably your complexion or darker. Don't got a Negroid bone in her body. And she was classified as white over here. She was classified as Caucasian. But I mean, this is nothing new, though. But let's commence.
and the leader of the
Destiny. Let me
have a huge audience of young men who listen to everything you have to say. So when it doesn't matter. You have a huge audience, and because of the fact that you have a huge audience, you have a responsibility to not turn. No, it hasn't. It hasn't been broken. Actually care about the country and want to bring people together. You do the opposite. You represent the worst of us, Destiny. You're embarrassing.
You should tell Donald.
All right, let me ask Destiny a question.
Watch how easy this is.
So Destiny represents the worst of us, but didn't Charlie Kirk represent the worst too? And you see what I'm saying? This is Anna, who she's supposed to be very sensible, and she was on the left, she left the left, so now she's politically independent. But do you see how she's attacking him? But she's also siding with those bigots, while not saying that she's siding with the bigots. She's saying that, he's basically, his rhetoric, his behavior is unacceptable. But how is what he's doing and saying any different than Charlie Kirk? And that's what I'm trying to say. TYT, Jank, Anna, these people to me are no different than a Turning Point USA. It's just like a diet version of that. Maybe you'll agree with them on some of their air quote progressive policies, but that's not where I make the bones. I see which black policies do you agree with? Reparations, anti-black hate crime bill, specific tangibles that will enfranchise, enrich, and empower the community. When you start talking like that, people like Anna calls that woke, divisive, and you need to focus on class issues.
I watch Undisputed more than anything when it comes to TYT now. I don't really watch Jank and too much anymore.
Yes, look to Rashad Ritchie. I wish Rashad Ritchie would leave.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you look at his Undisputed channel, he has over 1 million plus subscribers anyways or whatever, right? So I don't understand why he couldn't have just created his own thing or been done moved on by now. And that way he could step away from the mess that is TYT. But it is what it is.
Don't all shout at once, please.
If Donald Trump would have come out and said, hey, we should all be less violent, I have no problem saying
I have one question for you,
Why
Destiny.
can't conservatives do that? Why can't conservatives do that?
Destiny, I have a question for you. Why do you think in your campaign for everyone to dial down the temperature, why do you think that mocking the grieving widow of Charlie Kirk when she posts an image of her at the coffin side, why do you think that constitutes turning down the temperature?
You can't turn down the temperature on your own. The president of the United States is not
the temperature.
able.
You're mocking his widow.
Already inflamed.
You're mocking his widow.
About? We've had multiple political assassinations over the past year. What do you mean it's turning up the temperature?
Why did you mock his widow?
Online?
Why did you mock his widow?
Because she's being used as a political weapon right now for conservatives to continue their fight. What do you mean? Wow, she's literally doing.
Her husband just got murdered
on email. Yeah, she's using it to drive up recruitment for.
And you can't even condemn the murder. You won't condemn it.
Can't even tell.
You see Piers jumping around, and Destiny says that, hey, hold on, I think there's an echo, so hold on. Just mute up real quick, Travion, and I'm going to just say my piece, and then I'll let you, I'll mute when you're talking. But he's over here saying, hey, man, you need to turn down the temperature. And I get what Anna is saying, that, I don't wake up and say, hey, let me see what Trump is doing, and that's how I'm going to respond. But what Destiny is saying, like, okay, how are you going to try to tell me to turn down the temperature when you got the president and other people turning up the temperature? If the president is supposed to set the example for the entire country and he's out there pushing divisive rhetoric, now it shouldn't be monkey see, monkey do, but if he's the leader of the free world and he's out there pushing a certain rhetoric and behaving in a certain way, well, that's why they talk about leading by example. If that's the example that he's leading with, we can't wag our fingers and saying, well, why is he doing this? And that's why he's saying, oh, well, why is the president not doing this? Even though I get what they're saying, that your actions shouldn't be dictated by what the president is doing. But if we're going to laud the president as this great public figure that's the leader of the free world, then we do need to hold him to a much higher standard. And then here he goes and talking about, well, why were you mocking his wife and stuff, which I said I don't believe in any of that stuff. I think is disgusting. But this is not the first person's wife who has been mocked. However, his wife is not being innocent. She's out there fanning the flames. She didn't seem like a grieving widow. I'm not saying that she isn't grieving. I'm sure that she is, but she is going out there and pushing very divisive rhetoric and riling people up. She's not rallying people up to unify. She's rallying them up to get retaliation. So I get what he's saying in terms of her weaponizing the deaf just like everyone else is. So if she's weaponizing the deaf, then the critiques are fair game. You got it, Trey.
You hit it right on the head with that, because I was just about to say she's not she seems like instead of her being in a place of mourning because she loved her husband that is not with her and her kids anymore, that she's actually full of hate. And it seems like she's complicit in them trying to lift her up as the new face for Charlie Kirk's movement or whatever. You get what I'm saying? Like, because that, like, putting her face up right now and having her out to speak is pushing his dream is still gonna live on type of situation. But yeah, I think she's because of the way she's acting and the stuff that she's saying or whatever, she shouldn't be immune from whatever her name being talked about or whatever it is, because she's not. Most people, when they lose their husbands or lose a family member, especially behind gun violence, well, I'll say this, especially Black people, Black mothers, fathers, yeah, they might be upset and mad and angry, but they're still gonna tell people they want peace, and that's from seeing all the stuff and the traumatic stuff that I've seen in my life and stuff. I've seen more of that than when it comes to parents and stuff like that, and mothers and wives. They call for peace and unity instead of division, and we're seeing divisiveness. So
his side
You're
to
so
turn the temperature
deranged
down.
about Trump
that
you cannot condemn the murder
It is such
because
a
you're
joke,
waiting
and
for
you guys
Donald
sit here
Trump to
and
say
make money
something.
off of it. It's
All right, let me bring
crazy
in
to me that
Jack.
Republicans can't
Let me
do
bring
it.
in Jack
What a joke of the
Posobiec.
world.
I gotta
And
say,
there's still no answer to that question, Piers. You can't say,
which question?
Why can't Donald Trump simply go on TV and say, we all need to turn it down?
Fine.
Like Biden could, like Obama could,
Fine.
like the Clintons could, like Kamala could. Why not?
Think you know Harbor Freight? Think again. We've introduced.
So here goes some more ads from Piers Morgan, and I don't got YouTube Premium. Oh, but now I can skip it.
Condemn the murder of Charlie
it's
Kirk.
Unbelievable. I'm not the president
Why
of the United
can't
States.
you condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Unbelievable to me.
Why can't you condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Because it wasn't my side that caused it. It should be the one that is.
And this is the thing that they love to do. Why can't you condemn the murder? Why can't you condemn this? And this is the thing. Even if you flat out say, hey, I don't condone the murder, that's not good enough. They want you to be a minion and say their actual words. Repeat after me. I condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk. And I will not. It's like, come on, bruh. No, I'm not celebrating. I'm not mourning. So then when someone says, well, do you condemn it? And you just say, oh, well, I'm indifferent, or no, I don't condemn it. Oh, so since you don't condemn it, you wanted him to die. Nah, I didn't say that. Oh, yeah, you did. And then it just starts going down this rabbit hole where they try to force you to condemn it. But if you just say, hey, he didn't deserve to die, but do you condemn it? He should be alive today. Do you condemn it? Yeah, that didn't need to happen to him. Do you condemn it? It's like, bruh, I already said the dude didn't need to deserve to die. Don't try to get me to say your exact little canned phrase. And that's all he's trying to do. Oh, do you condemn it? Do you condemn it? The dude just said, or I think he did say at some point that no, he don't support political violence, but they want him to say those exact words. I condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk. I'm not a robot, bruh. Get out of here with that, Pierce.
driving up
It
the
actually
rhetoric.
was your side that caused it. It
This
was
an
your
18
side.
This guy was raised in a white
He
Christian
was a
household,
radicalized
in a Christian
leftist
state.
ideology.
He wasn't radicalized by leftism at all. You have no proof of that whatsoever.
That's what
Just
the
like
investigators
the one that killed
are
Melissa
saying.
Was
Do you hear how he said he was a white dude raised in a white state, going to a white school, raised by a white family, and a Christian conservative family at that? Pierce want to address.
Didn't Charlie Kirk advocate for Derek Chauvin to get released from prison after George Floyd got unalived?
Yeah, he said George Floyd died of fentanyl and Chauvin should be pardoned. Him and Ben Shapiro.
So again, we have evidence of Charlie Kirk doing something that they want us to do the opposite of what he preached and what he actually did, but which was the farthest from being a Christian, I might add. But we're expected to show empathy, compassion, and all these things that he did not show in his daily life. Hypocrisy.
a conservative, just like the people that firebombed Shapiro's house was a conservative, just like all the J6ers were conservative, just like the Proud Boys were conservative. Every single one of these people. Oh, it's Jack Brzovic, what, the author of Unhuman, another person that Charlie's putting. Good one, dude.
Well, I'll give you one last chance, Destiny, to condemn the murder of Charlie.
Yes, you are acting like an unhuman.
Why can't I hear Donald Trump condemn violence in this
all
country?
right, you won't condemn it. Okay, we've all heard.
That's insane.
We've all heard you repeatedly refuse to condemn it.
We've heard Donald Trump refuse to condemn it too. But for some reason, the leftists on YouTube are a bigger deal. Unbelievable.
Yeah. What's incredible is you don't have the basic humanity to condemn it. You'd rather taunt his widow. I find that sickening. Jack Posobiec.
I find it sickening that when people are getting killed in the country, the president of the United States on Fox and Friends, when they're begging him, what do you say to your followers that want revenge? He says, I don't know. All the elections are rigged. It's the radical Democrats. That's insane to me. And then the fixation is, well, who on Twitter and YouTube isn't condemning the violence?
All right, Jack
Posobiec. You have a great example here of the type of cancer I'm talking about, where when you present direct information, they refuse, they obfuscate, they refute, they say it's not true, they lie. You could see from the bullet casings, you could see from postings, you could see from everything out there that it's very clear what happened here. This is the same people who supported President Trump almost getting assassinated twice last year, Corey Capatore being assassinated
by
last
conservatives
year in a situation. Again, see, just lies. That's all they do. They talk over. They don't even let you give a chance to speak. And something needs to be done, Piers. Something absolutely needs to be done. This ideology should be shamed, humiliated.
Here we go again. More intellectual cowardice. Something needs to be done. Something needs to be done. Something needs to be done. What needs to be done? They have all of the answers, right? These are the high IQ people. It's like, imagine you're in a room and it's dirty. Something needs to be done about this room. Something needs to be done. It needs to get cleaned. Like, are you going to clean it? Are you going to develop a plan about where we're going to put the trash and how we're going to clean the room? Something needs to be done. Something needs to be done. Like, come on, bro. Who even listens to these goofballs, bro?
Driven from the public discourse. I mean, you've got people who have completely dissociated with humanity because all they care about are clicks and YouTube streams and likes. Go to the casket, go to the gravesite, go talk to the widow. I don't even know how to discuss this with someone who's
See, this is just the more victimhood. Oh, you guys don't eat. All you want is clicks and views and stuff, as if he's not trying to get clicks and views and donations and up his profile based on this. And he's talking about go talk to the widow. Why? On one is like, if they were not friends, they didn't know each other. So what, I'm gonna just go talk to your widow and try to say, yeah, I knew your husband was anti-black. He probably hated my guts. I didn't really like him, but I know you're grieving and I'm here for you. Like, no, man, get out of here with that, bro.
Completely lost all touch with reality.
Yeah, I mean, Anna.
What's Jack's answer to why can't the president say we should all be less violent?
Right. Because you can't even condemn the cold-blooded execution of Charlie
Donald Trump
Kirk.
turns on Destiny.
I don't think you're in the position to demand.
So that was a horrible response by Piers where he is saying, hey, well, why can't the president just come out and denounce this violence or tell anyone to turn the temperature down? It's like, oh, well, because you can't do it. And this is where Destiny is saying, bro, I'm a freaking YouTuber. How are you trying to hold me to the same status or the, basically the same standard as the leader of the free world? Goofy.
Anything from anybody
on YouTube. That's how I'm going to take my.
You're
my
not in any
pointers, but
position
really?
to condemn anybody for anything. You won't
absolutely
condemn a
am, because he's the
cold-blooded
president
murder.
of the United States. He's the president of the United States. No one here can answer that question.
This is getting unhinged and incoherent, so I think it's time to wind it down to wrap it up, because he's saying you're not in a position to condemn anyone, but you were just asking him, do you condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk? Do you condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk? So he wants him to condemn Charlie Kirk's murder, but he's not in a position to condemn anyone else. Do you hear yourself?
Humanity says the murder was horrific.
Can't say
Why can't
all
you
of us
say
need
it?
to be less violent.
Why can't you
Democrats
say
have been
it,
saying
Destiny?
for over a decade.
To say the murder was horrific and
Why
unacceptable.
can't Donald Trump?
Look at more victimhood. Say it. Say his name. It was murderous. It was horrific. Okay, so let's say it was barbaric. It was heinous. It was horrific. Okay, and then after he says that, then what? Piers Morgan is not going to give him a cookie, not going to give him a pat on the back. They still don't agree. They still were yelling at each other. So this is the whole thing where they try to bully you into repeating and parroting whatever talking points they have. Do you condemn Charlie Kirk? Do you condemn him? You know what I mean? Say his murder was horrific. Say it was horrific. Like, come on, man. No, I'm going to say what I want to say.
It's like listening to them is like when a white person tries to guilt trip you into giving them the N-word pass.
I mean, pretty much, and that's what I'm saying. Well, it's just a word and all this stuff. Yeah, well, I'm joking about Charlie's, not me, but if someone is joking about Charlie, hey, it's just a joke, right?
Say it.
You can't do
why
it,
does
can
no one
you?
hear any words for Donald Trump?
All right, Anna
What do you have for
Kasparin.
Donald Trump? Nothing exactly.
Anna Kasparin, to me, this is what I'm talking about, that I think there is an element of the left, the hard woke left, that have completely lost their minds. If you are not able to just outright simply condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk, and if you cannot stop yourself from mocking his grieving widow, you are sick, as I've just seen from Destiny. It's a
sick thing
mindset.
is weaponizing a widow's grief to try to do recruitment for your political party. That's probably one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen. She's showing up in emails for recruitment drives for TPUSA.
Destiny? What did you think the assassination of a political figure would do? What did you think the outcome was going to be? What did you think the outcome was? And by the way,
are you asking
really,
me for the pragmatic?
Here she goes again, siding with them. Well, what do you expect? Yes, she's weaponizing and using this death to politically recruit. But what would you expect? It was a political death, so she has to recruit politically. But which one is it? Y'all saying that she's this person that's so traumatized by her husband being killed that she needs time to mourn? But she's out here politically organizing, and you're saying, well, what do you expect? I expect her to be mourning. I expect her to be out of the public spotlight. But since she is in the public spotlight, and since she is talking about politically organizing, then yeah, they say politics is a blood sport. So what are we really talking about here? So this is Anna Kasparian, or Anna Karen Sparian. Let's commence.
Your
outcome, are you
behavior.
asking
Hold
me
on.
for?
Let me. Hey,
you're
how
asking me a
about
question,
take it
so I
easy
didn't
on
know
the
it was a protocol.
Adderall? Take it easy on the Adderall, and let me answer the question that Pierce
sorry,
asked me.
you must have been really bullied today. I
My
guess.
Let Anna speak, please.
My behavior is not reliant on how anyone else behaves. Every morning I wake up and I make decisions about how I choose to react or respond to things. I don't wake up in the morning, check what Donald Trump has to say, and then base my own personal behavior on his behavior. I agree with you in that it would be very helpful to have the leader of this country want to turn the temperature down. And he hasn't done that. I agree with you on that. But that doesn't change the way I choose to respond to what's going on. The idea of mocking a woman who is now a widow with 2 young children, who witnessed her husband get shot in the neck and bleed out to death. How can you mock that? What is wrong with you? I just don't understand it. That's it. I don't understand it. I don't understand you, Destiny. You have so much hatred in your heart, and at the same time, you
it's such a
judge
simple thing.
others
If you're
as
going
being
to
hateful.
weaponize somebody's grief against the other party, well, then of course people have a right to fight back against it. I think that she has every right to grieve in whatever way she wants, but when that grief is going to be weaponized to do recruitment, political recruitment, and further radicalization of the other side, then of course you not only have the ability to mock it, I think you have the obligation to mock it. It's insane.
Let me understand.
Zero helps me take my business anywhere I want.
Hey, yeah, I'm gonna have to get YouTube Premium. How many ads this dude got on his channel?
So since others are using her grief to politically recruit, you think that it's okay to mock her specifically?
Since others
How
are
does that make
using her
any
grief,
sense?
she's the one who gave a 17-minute speech on TV where she talked about good versus evil. She's the one showing up in
Destiny, let me
TPUSA
explain-
ads to
let
1
me
or 2
explain
days
something to
after.
you. If someone assassinated my husband, I would not be able to have the level of composure she had during that speech. I would be out for blood. I understand why she's angry and why she said the things that she said. Okay, you need to understand what being a human is, what it's like to actually lose someone that you love, that you chose to spend your life with, that you chose to raise children with, a person who was violently and viciously assassinated like that. This is why I've moved
That's fine.
away
And when
from
something I know, yes,
identifying
because
as a
you got bullied online. It's so funny. It's so funny that you just
so
said that you
embarrassing on
don't
the
think about
left.
how other people act to define your behavior. Your entire political ideology now is somehow defined by the people that were mean to you on Twitter.
And no, that is a point because she keeps saying she's not on the left anymore, and then she brings up how the left attacked her. All the people that attacked her was people that was mean to her on Twitter and people that made content. And then she's saying, well, I'm not a lefty anymore. I'm independent. And then she goes out of her way to talk to these woke right-wing whack jobs. And you see all she did was just give cover for Charlie Kirk's wife. And oh yeah, she's doing all this political stuff because she's angry and she's grieving. Okay. If she's doing all this political stuff, she's opening herself up for criticism. She's not just some little innocent angel. If you're going to put yourself in the crosshairs and somebody takes a shot, like what are we talking about here? Why are we being surprised? So because she's angry, she can go out and lash at people, and we're supposed to give her grace because her husband was murdered. It's unfortunate, didn't need to happen. I don't condone it, but people die every day, B. And not everybody gets on this angry soapbox and has a megaphone that is going to be amplified and the message is going to be disseminated to millions. I don't think there's nothing wrong with that, just as well as there's nothing wrong with people critiquing what she has to say. You're not going to be able to just say, hey, my husband died, so therefore I can just go on a tirade and it's just going to be uncontested, unchallenged. You just have to know that I'm grieving, so just let me get on my soapbox. No, you can go on your soapbox, but for it to just be unchallenged, we ain't doing that.
Somebody cares about somebody who's grieving.
I understood
you tell that
what
person,
the flaws
you
on
tell
the
that
left
person,
happen to
hey,
be. The
maybe you
weakness
should
in their
step back
arguments.
for a couple of
No,
weeks.
no, it's
Maybe you
not
should
about
take
the
some
way
time
I
to
get
grieve.
treated.
You don't
I
say,
get treated
hey, let's
like
throw a
crap from
camera in
both
front
sides
of
of
you
the
and have
political
you do
aisle.
mass recruitment for our political party while everyone over here is calling for civil war. It's unhinged. When you've got people like Matt Walsh and the Daily Wire, the
we're
president
talking
of the
to
United
a
States
guy
calling
who
for
said
civil
he'd be
war.
okay with his own parents getting killed if they went to that Trump rally where that assassination
And
attempt
we're talking
happened.
to a
There's
woman
no
who went
reasoning
on and
with
did
you,
the whole
Destiny.
conservative media
There's
outlet with
there's
Tucker
no
Carlson
reasoning
and
with
Glenn
you.
Beck and had
Okay.
nothing bad to say whatsoever. I know where your bread is buttered. I know where
And
you're
it was
making your money
great.
from.
I had
Okay, that's
awesome
great.
conversations.
And you
I
can do
don't
with the
regret
person,
it at
I know,
all.
that's great.
I also had a
And keep up with the
conversation
personal
with Jack
attacks 'cause you're
Posobiec
so
on her
brain
take. It was
broken.
awesome.
Yeah, I know.
That's
Jack,
what
the guy over there that gets
democracy is about.
paid by
Having
Russia
an
that lies
exchange of
about everything that
ideas.
comes out of his
Yeah.
mouth. Yeah,
All
great.
right, let
That's
me
a good
bring
one.
in let me
I
bring
don't
in.
agree with him on everything.
They sound like babbling idiots.
Anna, you're completely right, by the way. Anna is completely right.
Didn't it?
And the irony of Charlie Kirk is that he led the way in going in to debate with people who hated him, and he would try and have respectful dialogue.
Kirk beat up on college students.
Unlike
That's all
you,
he
Destiny.
did. Let's be
Let
real.
me bring
Unlike
Andrew
me,
Wilson in.
I'm here,
Let me bring in
so
Andrew
do you.
Wilson.
So do you. You beat up on college students. You go on a college. You're
Charlie
going on a
Kirk is
college
trying to
tour
hold
right
higher
now
level
to
debates
beat
than
up
you guys
on
do.
college students. What are you talking?
Dude, I didn't even hear what you mumbled, but when the dude said, so do you, so do you. So are you admitted that Charlie Kirk just went to go beat up on college students? I ain't gonna hold him, right? Okay, Destiny, you do go beat up on college students, right? So you're admitting that that's what Charlie Kirk did. And that's the point that I was making earlier, right? Imagine Mike Tyson, who was supposed to be a professional fighter, obviously in his prime, but all he wants to do is go fight the Golden Glove college students. Like, come on, bro. You're a professional. Why are you fighting other professional heavyweights? So Charlie Kirk is supposed to be a heavyweight debater, but all he wants to debate is small fries. That's intellectual cowardice.
About Destiny. That's what you're doing right this second, is going on a college tour to go beat up on college students. By the way, can I just ask you a question?
I don't
yes
exclusively beat up on college.
Can you actually answer? Can you actually answer? Hang on, calm down. I just got one question.
So you think you know Wix, but do you really? First up.
All right, I think that was enough, but y'all get the drift of what I'm saying. It was only a little bit going on, but you seen how unhinged those people were. The white on white violence, you know, the mayo on mayo mayhem, or the mayo ham is what I like to call it. But this stuff is wild. Travion, I'm about to shut it down. Salute to all the people that's, hold on, for some reason, hold on, let me mute you. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's an extra tab, but there was some background. So I'm going to just set this up, let you give your closing remarks, and then we going to shut her down. But salute to all the people that was in the chat rocking with us the whole time. Y'all could have been anywhere in the world. Y'all chose to be here with us. For that, we do appreciate it. And you know what I do? I gotta hit y'all with this. Time for a like intermission. We kindly request that you show love to the channel's creator and platform by leaving a like, sharing, commenting, and subscribing. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell to stay up to date with all the latest content. Liking posts is completely free and helps the algorithm boost our reach. We want to grow the community larger and larger. So thank you all who take the time to support us. It does mean the world to us and doesn't go unnoticed. Okay, and there we have it. So to all of the people, give your boy a like, hit the notification bell. I'm working on a schedule, and I'm going to see, you know, what works best for my supporters. You know, I have open panels. I will be uploading some pre-recorded content as well so that y'all can enjoy it. And yeah, y'all reach out to me if y'all ever want to have a collab. If you disagree with me and you want to debate me on something, as long as you ain't on no troll stuff, and as long as you ain't on any disrespectful type stuff. You know, I love having open dialogue and discourse. And leave a comment after the stream. You can leave a thumbs up. You can leave a thumbs down. You can leave a fist emoji. You can leave a fire emoji, 100. All of this stuff helps with the algorithm and boost our reach. You know, all of this stuff, it won't cost you a fee. It is free. But if you are feeling generous, I did drop the Cash App right there. $Easy Stack and Travion. Closing remarks.
Yeah, man. I just think they were babbling idiots, man. They really showed like that last dude, he was quiet the whole damn segment. You know, from when Cornel West was on there and the other dude with the cigarettes, they all was talking, yapping and stuff, and the dude was quiet the whole time just to finally say nothing. You know, that was crazy. But yeah, man. Like we were saying yesterday, white people gotta own up to their own shit, man. Like until they start owning up to their own, you know. And I'm not saying that a lot of them don't, but you know, the extreme ones or whatever that is like feel so fueled, fired up to get up and out to speak about certain issues and stuff. It's not a good look when you're not willing to own up to, like, if not you personally, but your people's like hand in a lot of the stuff that's going on. And I think that's really the problem that America's facing right now, because it's not any minority group, any person of color who has the power to disrupt the country in the way that white people do, you know. So I mean, we'll see how it goes or whatever. Hopefully, you know, they'll start owning up to their stuff, because in reality, man, it's therapy. That's what it is. It's therapy, and they don't want to go see the therapist. So yeah, but and I appreciate everybody. You know, I appreciate you, B-Eazy, letting me come up on the panel and everything. Definitely got to do it again. And yeah, man, I'm ready for it. You know, these mayonnaise people, man. Yeah, I'm at a loss for words.
Yes, no problem, man. And thank you for coming up. We'll definitely be doing it. I appreciate your perspective, and you know, you are a valued voice. You're a solid dude, and you know, you're the Brody, so you know it's always good. But for the people who just tuned in, we're about to shut her down. I'm gonna play some closing visuals, but you know, for the housekeeping, hit the like button on the way in. After the stream, hey, share the stream, hit your boy with a comment. I do have the Cash App on the screen, so if you like to make a donation, if you're feeling generous, go ahead and feel free to drop some. Hey, if you think Starbucks is worth it, this intellect is much more valuable than that. So before I get up out of here, you know, I gotta hit you.
Yeah. Hey. B-Eazy, that dude, shit so hot it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. I bring the pain like an aftermath of a car wreck. It's a lot of niggas that say they real. To me, that shit is far-fetched. Them cats is pussy. They really is on some feminine stuff. I rock up on them with the 40 ounces. It's a definition of adrenaline rush. What it do is sweet like cinnamon puffer. My niggas is rough like Willow Pass. Grew up out on Mary Mac, but I used to hang on Willow Pass. These firms that I roll with, outcasts and misfits. Better zip lips so you get hit when the fifth spit. Flat line in your pit. Trap habits is black magic, no voodoo. Get the bands like Goku. For the cocaine, they go cuckoo. Most these niggas is foo-foo, so I'm shitting on them like doo-doo. I can't fuck with y'all like tofu. I'm just saying, man, like Goku. Bad bitches at the house with me watching Netflix or Roku. Fuck them both at the same time, and I swear to God it was so cool. Street legend, real boss, I call shots cause I'm still saucy. I know some G's to the bike crack on Chirac and then fly back out to Mill. When they hear me flow, they say I be burning up, burning up. Cookies to the drawer is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh, we burning up, burning up. This shit so hot, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up.